Mm, Now it's better.
Should be up now.
Mm, Good.
Super.
I think everything is set up now. So, hello again with Clement. Clement is actually one of the best expert in JavaScript technologies from ICT Group, including Stripes, Coder, and several other companies. And I'm very glad that now Stripes supports our event, like one of our partners. And we have this Q&A session with Clement, who is one of the enthusiast speaker at several conferences and a very interesting person. Hello.
Hello, Mikhail. How are you?
Welcome to this event. It is a little bit different than usual. So we have remote
Yeah.
connection. It is not on site, but I think it will be really again great conference.
Yeah, glad to be on.
And it will be interesting for our attendees to know some things about you. First, probably when you started to deal with software technologies, when you stay inspired from information technologies.
So I've started as in high school. So I have an older brother that went into the software development field much earlier than I did. So he helped me and mentored me in high school. And there I started with C++. And I still remember it was a orange textbook by Magdalena Tudorova for C++ programming, really a classic one from the 90s. And but my actual career actually started in Coder, where I was intern, and I learned C Sharp, .NET, and relational databases. Gradually started moving more towards the web field, ASP.NET and MVC. I've also worked with Python and Java backends, but the past 4 or 5 years I've focused mostly on front end and Node.js, which is what I'm still doing.
And why you really like IT technologies? What interesting you see there?
Well, the interesting thing is that it gives you opportunity to solve problems. So for people who really like puzzles, solve challenges, and uh, really like to think on fixing solutions, this is really good field actually. So yeah, for a problem solving mindset people, this is ideal field.
And when you started to deal with community, when
I'm sorry I lost you for a bit there. I can't hear you.
okay.
All right.
Next question was related to exactly when you started to contribute for the community, when you started to present, to be involved in different conferences, to help the community.
Mm, I think it was 4 or 5 years back, but nothing that major. Most recently, I've been involved in Beer.js last year, uh, which is the more important one, and where I spoke about React and Next.js. So yeah, this is and this year I've been contributing to some projects in Git, but nothing major. So
But you started later to be more and more involved, which is something really interesting. And also, you are from Plovdiv,
right,
and
that's
you are
correct.
typical representative of our community in Plovdiv.
Yes, we have a growing community. Actually, we have a JavaScript community, we have a .NET community, SQL community. Actually, my colleague Andrei Nikov is hosting frequently events and seminars on SQL. So really, it started picking up the last 4 or 5 years, and it's really great to see the Plovdiv IT community and scene developing. So
Yeah, this is one of the reasons to talk about this because we would like this conference to be more global, not only in Sofia, but to cover the whole community in Bulgaria and also in
right.
region. And that's the reason to be very glad that we have also people from the community, not only speakers from different areas in our country.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
One interesting point is actually because you are also a representative of Stripes and ICT Group and Coder, exactly why your company and the whole ICT Group supports community events.
For us, it's important for the IT community to develop simply because this is our community. You know, we're not outside of the IT community, so it's good for us to not simply have a public image, but actually make sure this is a thriving society. And apart from the most apparent benefits of having a strong IT community, like networking and being introduced to new technologies and to show new technologies to people, there is something else that I was recently thinking about is that oftentimes colleagues who maybe work on a more closed communities or small companies can, and even uh, high school students and university uh, students can lose track of how big the IT community and the IT field has become in Bulgaria. This is now really a major sector of our economy, and we have a lot of opportunities to grow and develop a really, really good career path. So, by building this community, it can help junior members of the community that just enter now to find a way and path for them for personal career development. This, I think, is really important. And yeah, I think the IT community also should sort of expand people's dreams and hopes about realization in the sector, and actually of staying and working here in Bulgaria, and that we can afford to give here people in Bulgaria the career opportunities that are just as good as those outside of Bulgaria. So I think this is really important.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And what actually our attendees can expect from Stripes, Coder, and ICT Group at this conference today and tomorrow.
So we have an online stand where they can meet our German colleagues who can explain them all about our company, the different projects we're involved in, and all kinds of interesting things we're involved in. So they can really learn about our company, the opportunities that we provide for people in the field, and etc.
Additionally, probably I can share because I have personal impressions that your company and A whole group of companies around ICT Group work very close with universities, and they have also intern programs, and really they educate people from the beginning and help these people to grow and to learn much more interesting things in real IT industry.
Yeah, that's correct. In fact, I'm involved in setting up a process for training interns to specifically in front end and Node.js as well. And we're really looking forward to meet talented and interesting people with which we can work together. We can train them and introduce them gradually into the field. And yeah, that's uh, that's both in Plovdiv, by the way, and in Sofia. So yeah, we definitely do that.
I believe that we will have many interesting JS events also in Plovdiv next year, in the same way like we have for data platform and some other areas. And at the end, what you would like to wish to all attendees for this JS Talks edition 2020?
I wish for them to find something new and interesting that not only can help them in their profession, right, in the field of work, but can also spark their interest even further in the technology, make them want to start working, coding, doing some personal projects, and grow as professionals. That's really important.
Thank you very much, and I believe that our attendees will enjoy the conference together with Stripes, Coder, and ICT Group.
Absolutely, looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm, mhm. So, our next guest is again Bobby Simandov, who is well known from many years and also represented VIA at the opening. But now we will talk a little bit more about technical aspect and challenges around his work and his company in general. We had one Q&A with Bobby last week, which was mostly related to his personal challenges and how he actually support the community. But I would like now our attendees to understand a little bit more about what VIA is doing and what VIA has as challenges, what Bobby do, and why they again support conferences and the community in general. Welcome, Bobby, again. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
All
now
right.
is better. Usually in the old school way,
Too many
things work
headphones, too
better.
many whatever. Sorry about that. All right.
So I suppose that it will be very interesting for all attendees to share a little bit more things about exactly VIA, what you do with VIA, challenges, relations to JavaScript and community. Uh, Probably if we can talk more in this context, it will be something very interesting.
All right. So I shared my screen. I don't know if you can see just a little bit of my share screen at the moment. Yeah, that's
Yep.
the window. So I'll keep it like that. I'm not going to move it to full screen. So, what is VIA? So VIA is a company started about 8 years ago. At the moment, we are one of the biggest startups in the world. I believe VIA is in the top 20 extremely prospective startups with a market capitalization of close to $2 billion.
Do you think that this is a startup? Sorry for interrupting.
It depends how you look at that. We still operate as a startup internally. At the same time, for if you compare for Bulgaria, that's a huge company. At the same time, in the IT industry in the world, we still are like we can define us like a startup. Of course, one of the things that is ahead of us is the IPO that we are preparing at the moment. So we would like to go public in the next year, which will be extremely exciting, and we'll see how things will unfold in the next 12 months. Even though COVID has a huge impact on our business, especially at the beginning when was the first lockdown in the world, especially in USA. Um, we were quite hit because people just stopped moving around the cities. Fortunately, things are getting back to normal, and we're back to about between 70-80% of the utilization that we had before. And also, our business is quite diversified. So, if I show you something, these are the cities in on the planet that we operate. But one of very important things about VIA is that it's not focused only one thing. We operate quite well on on-demand public transit systems, also fixed route public transit, school buses. We're trying to optimize, which is a huge problem around the world, by the way, to optimize how students are getting to school with the public school buses, and that's a huge problem. One of the biggest projects that we recently got and we are working is to optimize the school buses transit system in New York, one of the biggest in the world, with close to 10,000 vehicles that every single day in the morning they move students, close to 200 students, to schools. And because of congestions and because of bad planning or human-based planning, not digitally based planning, a lot of students are missing their first, for example, class, which is a big problem for the education. This industry, the transportation industry, is um, needs to be digitalized. This is our goal. What we are trying to do is to digitalize everything, to work with advanced technologies. We are working with our partners from also Hyundai and other manufacturers to work with electrical vehicles and also automated vehicles. So VIA as a platform will operate different vehicles, a fleet of vehicles inside the cities. Hopefully in the future, they will be completely driverless. At the moment, we have a couple of projects that the drivers are still there. We call them safe drivers. But in near future, could be a couple of years, those drivers will just be gone, or they will be not in the car. What else we have? Demand management, integrated mobility in every single place. Why, by the way, VIA, the technology at VIA is so cool? Mostly because of our algorithms that we run based on the big data that we collect from the fleet, from our riders. Of course, it's anonymous, but based on that data, we can easily predict, and not only predict, but get and optimize the route of the vehicles. So this is the big challenge. Also, one of the biggest problems that we are solving is the demand. How many vehicles, what time of a day, how many drivers we have to predict and we have to have on the street. Because if you put a lot more cars on the street and there is no demand from the riders, then you have to pay to the drivers. or if you put a little bit less or way less than the current demand, then the future riders or the riders that want to get a ride will not get a car. So it's a really, really interesting and challenging problem. Our goal is to be as much as possible in the middle between the biggest demand and the lowest demand. This is the task. This is the problem that we're solving. And one of the things, another extremely important, is how we optimize the rights, because our focus is on share rights. Right. When I speak about VIA, usually I give this example that we are operating like lifts, but instead of being verticals or elevators, let's say, instead of being verticals, we just move them horizontally on the streets of the big cities. And here there is a nice example. I hope you can see my screen. Like we usually move our riders in different spots very close. Maybe they can walk like 50 meters or 100 meters, and then the whole idea is that the main shuttle that will come and pick up this rider will have extremely small amount of detouring. This is another optimization parameter that we have in our problem to solve, is to have as less as possible detouring. As you can see, most of our competitors are doing something like this on the right side, and what we're trying to do, and most of the time we achieve that, is what we're doing on the left screen. I hope it makes sense. Another thing is that we convert the entire internal infrastructure, transport infrastructure, public infrastructure into a different platform that, instead of having like 10 stations for one rigid, let's say, bus line or something like that, we convert the entire city into multiple places, virtual stations that you can get a ride and also drop off. We can pick up a rider and also drop off this rider into almost every place that is allowed to stop legally. So this is our dynamic on the on demand concept. About technologies, I said it earlier, but a lot of things are like the web interface and also mobile. Our screen or our user interface, our user experience to our customers is usually based on the mobile phone. So we have native teams that are building iOS, Swift, and also Android um, uh, mobile applications. We are also experimenting and already have in production Flutter, which is a very promising technology. I hope it's going to be interesting to some of our listeners at the moment, but Flutter is very, very promising. We bet big time with Flutter. In the backend, I said it before, but the backend is a mixture of different technologies. Um, we write more and more in Golang, which we see as a very, very nice infrastructure language. Our pipelines are built in a way that almost everything is automated, so we can deploy in a couple of seconds or minutes to production. And the engineers are quite happy with the entire pipeline from A to Z. One of the things that we also put in production last year is horizontal database SQL engine based on CockroachDB. This is also extremely interesting technology. So that's from me. I don't know if you have any other questions, maybe.
Probably it will be interesting for attendees to know a little bit more about JavaScript frameworks and more
Yeah.
exactly about this part in your technology.
So one of the things, so our front-end JavaScript is mostly, maybe 99%, 98%, let's say, React. We've built our own internal framework to build fast React applications. Our dashboard system are what we called the operation center. Is extremely big front end platform that also engages, or not engages, but it's is built on the concept of front end microservices, and we are constantly improving the framework in order to move to the next level and to minimize the complexity, because it's really hard to create those kind of services at the moment. So yeah, that's it. Hope it answered the question.
Yes, and what exactly you will wish to attend this year?
I hope they're gonna, first of all, this virtual conference is about knowledge, is about getting to know each other. It's about trying new stuff, and also listen to the big names in the industry, mostly in Bulgaria, of course, what they're doing. I'm extremely excited to see and to listen most of the sessions. It will be interesting to see one of the sessions that I would love to see is the Chaos Group session, which is the gRPC web, something that we also do it here in VIA. And I hope Christo gonna present it extremely interesting tomorrow. Our session from Christo Panayotov will be also about front end performance and how to write performant code in the front end. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much. We was with Bobby Simandov, General Manager of VIA Engineering in Bulgaria.
Thank you so much. Have a good day and enjoy.
Thank you.
Към момента няма никой друг.
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, Amdocs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers, which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements, are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I could see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? Right here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте! Аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко. Можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Проверявам дали сме. Да, супер, вече сме онлайн. Здравейте! Продължаваме от серията с Q&A сесии, в които да ви запознаваме с нашите лектори и партньори, като в момента ще проведем такава сесия с Михаил Сергеев, който е директор в инженеринг на Chaos Group. Михаил има повече от 17 години опит в разработването на софтуерни продукти, като последните години фокуса е върху ръководене на екипи. По информацията, която имам последните 7 години си част от Chaos Group, като първоначално си стартирал като член на Node.js екипа, повече от 4 години си ръководил бизнес сервис екипа, отскоро последната 1 година си част и ръководител от създаването на проект на компанията за онлайн платформа за 3D съдържание, доколкото разбрах. Здравей, първо.
Здрасти, приятно ми е. Много.
И на мен ми е приятно. Да разкажеш няколко думи, макар и Chaos Group да е достатъчно популярна като име на българския пазар, но да разкажеш все пак за вашата компания и черти, които я характеризират най-добре.
С удоволствие. Значи, ако човек трябва да знае едно нещо за хаос, то е, че е изцяло българска продуктова компания, която се занимава с компютърна графика и основно в областта на 3D визуализацията, където в много сфери сме световен лидер. Както виждате, зад мен има плакати от филми, които са правени с участието на нашия софтуер V-Ray. Използва се много в архитектура, продуктов дизайн, реклами, всички водещи компании на практика всички сфери от всичко, което може да видим около себе си, от една или друга форма използват V-Ray. Друг интересен факт е, може би си спомняте преди няколко години по медиите имаше истории по въпроса. Нашите основатели Петър Митев и Владо Койлазов бяха наградени от Американската асоциация, която присъжда Оскарите, с награда за цялостен технически принос за софтуера, който разработваме. Но друго важно нещо е, че хаос не е само V-Ray и през последните години инвестираме много в разработката и на много други продукти и услуги в една екосистема, която предлагаме на нашите потребители и ще разкажа повече и за тях.
Добре, какво е общото между JavaScript технологиите, предвид, че сме JavaScript конференция, и това, което използвате вие като технологии?
На практика всичко, което е под някаква форма web, cloud услуга в хаос, използва изключително много JavaScript технологии. Ти каза, нали, моята лична причина да се присъединя към хаос преди повече от 7 години беше, че ми даде възможност да работя с Node.js по времето, когато това беше изключителна рядкост. И то да прави нещо много интересно, което по-късно се превърна в нашия Chaos Cloud продукт, система за дистрибутирано рендене на фотореалистични картинки, която е много интересна като архитектура. По-късно развихме още много технологии, като например нашата система за онлайн лицензиране, която обслужва всичките ни потребители от целия свят, с много голямо натоварване върху нея, хиляди заявки в секунда и тя скалира много добре. Също тя започна живота си като JavaScript изцяло. Впоследствие за части от системите се ориентирахме към Golang, но там, където има смисъл, фронтенда за щастие продължава да бъде изцяло на JavaScript на всичките ни услуги. Дори в интерес на истината го използваме и за десктоп приложения, за което също мога да ви разкажа по-подробно.
По-скоро за някакви предизвикателства, които сте срещали и искате да споделите по-конкретни някакви казуси.
Интересен. Всъщност, нека започна с това, че тази година, нали, има едно доминиращо предизвикателство пред всички нас и това е COVID. Така че в някакъв смисъл ни повлия и на нас. Ние сме хора, които сме свикнали да обсъждаме много, да коментираме, да рисуваме по стените идеите си и беше предизвикателство да се адаптираме към новия начин на работа. Смятам, че се справяме. Но като оставим това на страна, един характерен проблем, който често срещаме, е връзката между двата свята. V-Ray е софтуер, който е ориентиран към десктоп потребители и ние се опитваме да изградим около него екосистема от други услуги, които са web и cloud базирани. И точно в тази пресечна точка се случват интересни неща. Използваме електрон, много част от юзер интерфейса на самия V-Ray в определени интеграции, в Sketch, Rhino, Revit. Той е изграден върху електрон. Правим и други десктоп приложения на JavaScript. Например, наскоро пуснахме нова версия на своя бенчмарк инструмент, който пък интересното за него е, че фронтенда му е направен на Elm, но това е отново нещо, което работи върху JavaScript платформата. Проекта, в който се занимавам в момента с него, Космос, той също предоставя десктоп приложение, което също е изградено на JavaScript и дори използва абсолютно същия код като уебсайта, който върви към него.
Можеш ли да разкажеш малко повече конкретно за проекта, по който работите в момента?
Ами това е една платформа, която целта е да предостави достъп на нашите потребители до качествено 3D съдържание. Преизползваемо 3D съдържание, което те директно да използват в проектите си, вместо да го създават от нулата. Интересното там е, че използваме доста актуални технологии и моят колега Христо ще разкаже в рамките на конференцията за една от тях. Но интересно друго нещо е, че сме буквално на дни от релиз. Така че стискайте ни палци.
Стискаме. Все пак разкажи накратко какви са технологиите, които използвате, какъв е тех стака в този проект.
Ами фронтенда е на React, като части от него използват React Admin. Цялото нещо, бекенда се хоства в GCP, в Kubernetes клъстъри. Десктоп компонентите са базирани на Golang, който от своя страна пък има Web Frontend, който споделя голяма част от компонентите с бекенда.
Добре, преминавам към следващия въпрос. Защо подкрепяте комюнитито и JSTalks?
За нас винаги е било изключително важно и ако не ме лъже паметта, сме участвали във всичките издания до момента под една или друга форма и смятаме да продължаваме да го правим. Също така ние развиваме и собствени инициативи под шапката на Total Chaos, което е нашето голямо годишно събитие, но и серия от митъпи. Просто смятаме, че комюнитито, изобщо девелопер комюнитито, но и специално JavaScript комюнитито в България е много силно и го е доказало нееднократно през годините. И ние искаме да разкажем своята история и да научим много от хората там. И да се запознаем и да се опознаем и да си помагаме във всичко, което правим. Историята, която смятам, че си струва да се разказва, е, че за мен поне хаос е един инкубатор за таланти. Факт е, че много хора, които са преминали през хаос, след това продължават развитието си на много високи позиции, отговорни или основават успешни компании, ръководят важни проекти. Пример е за хората, които може би вчера са пропуснали, моят приятел и бивш колега Боби Симандов, който разказа също доста за спомените си от хаос. Смятам, че това е история, която е много интересна и ние трябва да я споделяме с комюнитито.
Абсолютно. Какво, най-общо казано, вие като партньор ще имате в нашия сайт виртуален щанд, който ще могат посетителите на конференцията онлайн да могат да влезнат и да разгледат. Какво да очакват участниците на JSTalks от вашата компания на събитието, най-общо казано?
Ами, освен на нашия виртуален щанд, където хората могат да се запознаят по-подробно с компанията, сме подготвили и презентация, за която споменах по-рано, която ще навлезе в подробности за това как ние използваме gRPC в web контекст и защо е хубава и полезна технология, която смятаме, че има огромно бъдеще, как ние сме решили проблеми с нея. Освен това сме подготвили една игра, която надявам се, че ще бъде забавна за участниците, която е една класическа multi-agent арена, където човек може да напише своя бот и да го изправи срещу останалите.
Супер!
тази игра ще продължи дори и след конференцията, като до 24-ти ще приемаме. Освен това сме подготвили една игра, която надявам се, че ще бъде забавна за ще определим победители, като смятаме победител да бъде не само този, който е изкарал най-много точки, а да присъдим една специална награда на програмистите за тези, които са предоставили интересно, оригинално, елегантно решение, дори то да не е постигнало най-високия резултат.
И като за финал, какво искате да пожелаете на всички, които ще се включат в изданието на JSTalks през тази година, макар и повечето да са онлайн и по-малко на място?
Най-важното е здравето. Всичко друго идва на второ място, така че пожелавам на всички да са здрави, да се пазят и да преминат успешно през тази криза. Но въпреки това да не забравят защо са били привлечени първоначално изобщо към цялата екосистема на JavaScript, какво ги е пленило там, какво искат да научат, с какви хора искат да се срещнат и да не спират да се развиват и да си пожелаем до година да се видим на живо.
Дано, живот и здраве, надявам се. Това е от мен. Благодаря ти за отделеното време и приятния разговор и вече ще се видят с участниците с твоите колеги на събитието в петък и в събота.
Точно така, остават броени дни. Удоволствието беше мое и приятен ден на всички.
Чао, чао!
Чао!
Здравейте отново! Ние сме сега с една много известна личност от нашото комюнити, Светлин Наков. Здравей, Светлио! Не се чуваш?
Да, здравейте всички! Днес съм малко виртуално. Надявам се някой ден да се видим и на живо, че нещо почнаха да ми липсват тия конференции и живи събития.
Това е нашето желание, като между другото, както ние сме говорили, пред ограничен кръг гости, ние ще имаме утре презентации на живо и всъщност тези от вас, които са поканени, ще могат да видят Светлио на живо. За останалите, предполагам, че до година ще имаме вече много ивенти, които са in person. Благодаря ти, че се отзова на тази покана да се включиш в нашите Q&A сесии, защото ти си един от най-известните хора в нашото комюнити. И всъщност много хора те знаят, но не всички знаят всъщност някои неща за теб, като как си тръгнал, как си започнал да се занимаваш с информационни технологии и как си почнал всъщност да се занимаваш с популяризация на технологиите, т.е. да помагаш на комюнитито. В този контекст са и моите въпроси. Ако можеш малко повече да разкажеш кога беше началото и как се случи всичко това, което сега е Светлин Наков.
Започнах много отдавна. Тогава беше още епохата на социализма. Имаше едно място, наречен Пионерския дом в Велико Търново. Аз там съм израснал. И в Пионерския дом имаше кръжок по програмиране. Аз се записах, разбира се, записах се и на други кръжоци. Имаше там по фокуси, по някакви илюзионизъм, някакви шах имаше и така нататък. Общо беше център за кръжоци. И оттам започнах. Дадоха ми един правец 2 пъти седмицата. Всъщност то беше от 5 до 7 клас, защото се считаше, че преди 5 клас децата им се развалят очичките. Те бяха едни монитори зеленяци. Наистина дълго време, ако ги гледаш, почваха да се прецакват очите. И така започнах. В един момент почнаха да навикат за олимпиади. Аз седнах да се занимавам. Бяхме с брат ми, бяхме всъщност и още един приятел от квартала и се съдвижихме заедно, само че аз се състезавах с малките 4-ти класа, брат ми с големите. И така някак сега аз успях да се класирам често пъти по-добре, защото така ворех с годините, бях по-напреднал и така започнах. Тогава нямахме компютър вкъщи, това ми беше голяма мечта. Спомням си, нали, когато се докопах до първия компютър, беше много години по-късно. Може би бях 7 клас вече. 3 години по-късно. Преди това пишехме код на тетрадка. Когато докопваш компютър, отиваш да ведеш кода, да видиш дали ти е верен и такива времена бяха. А иначе към преподаването това се случи много по-късно, когато видяхме, че моите съученици искаха и те да учат програмиране. Аз първоначално започнах на някои от тях да им обяснявам, да им разказвам някакви неща, но най-много с така нещата напреднаха, когато станах студент първи курс, станах асистент, поканиха ме за асистент на един от преподавателите, да преподавам, да помагам за програмирането в Софийския университет в МИ. След това успяхме да направим собствен курс по алгоритми, тогава нямаше такъв, защото аз бях много състезавал по олимпиадите. След това направихме други курсове по интернет програмиране с Java, почнахме приложното програмиране и много така, дълго е за разказване, но общо взето така, отвътре си ме влече преподаването и някак си искам хората да имат по-лесен път от моя. Моя път беше много труден. Отиваш в библиотеката, търсиш някакви книжки на английски, на руски език, нямаш компютър, въобще беше с много желание, много ентусиазъм и малко възможности. Сега хората могат, нали, директно да гледат видеоуроци, да пробват на момента нещата, и така, и се надявам чрез по-добро образование да постигнат и повече от мен и от хората от нашето поколение.
Ти си имал интересни, различни начинания. Аз си спомням за първи път за теб, далечната 2001 година, когато аз работех в ЕСРИ България и по-младите програмисти всъщност бяха студенти при теб и ти ги беше организирал да напишат една книга за C-Sharp, където ти беше съответно координатор и също автор на част от материала. Това е първото нещо, което си спомням за теб. Спомням си, че ти направи NARS и разни други интересни инициативи. Можеш ли да разкажеш малко повече за тези неща?
Ами да, аз когато пристигнах в София, значи в ученическите години се занимавах с олимпиадите и там не е толкова интересно. Ходех, печелех някакви награди от време на време. Опитвах се да съчетая приложно с алгоритмично програмиране. Когато дойдох в София, почнах работа, даже преди да дойда в София предната година, така малко се измъкна, живях нелегално в студентски град, беше много забавно и започнах да водя курсове да преподавам. И някак си намерих, че това ми е по-голямо призвание, отколкото самото програмиране. В смисъл, програмирането го мога, да, кеф има, обаче да преподавам кеф повече. И някак си започнах да движа двете неща паралелно. Тогава работех в Мусаласофт, преди това в една друга фирма и водех паралелно курсове в МИ. И наистина влечеше ме това, че няма книги, няма учебници. По това време нямаше нещо много, кой знае какво. И с колеги така някакси аз може би бях най-активния. Ги мотивирах, викам, дай сега ще съберем 3 човека, ще направим едно курсче за .NET. Преди това събрахме 3-4, направихме едно курсче за Java, веб програмиране и интернет програмиране. А преди това правихме курсове за алгоритми и почнахме наистина да пишем учебници, така че тая книга още има и още знам, че си я ползват на места, даже аз мога да шерна тук,
Да, можеш.
И да видим. Така, ето тази е, ето тази е книгата, тя излезе толкова голяма, че стана 2 тона, вижда се май, нали? И е доста обемна, примерно. Но това беше за .NET, мисля, че 1.1 и ние докато я писахме, излезе .NET 2.0. Тогава беше голямата работа, защото аз лично не харесвах оная отврат, която я наричаха Visual C++. Нямаше нищо Visual в него. Пишех на Delphi, когато се появи .NET, защото Delphi беше наистина визуално, когато се появи .NET, си викам, тия направиха Delphi както трябва, нали? И езика C# много ми хареса. Спомням се тук колегата Стоян Йорданов, който после отиде в Microsoft. И доста хора всъщност от авторите отидоха в големи компании, включително и в Microsoft, в Redmond. Стана доста обемно и така, но това май не е чак толкова интересно. Може би да ви споделя сега каква съм замислил от към комюнити неща.
Ще бъде интересно.
Ами правим нещо много готино. Сега пак ще споделя екрана, направихме една работна група по образование. Всъщност, защо е необходимо това? Защото в училище, искам да ви разкажа малко повече за училищата. Значи в училищата има няколко професии, където се учи програмиране. Ако в момента имате някой познат, който учи в гимназия, те са два вида гимназиите. Значи едните са професионалните гимназии, където са примерно гимназия Джон Атанасов, ТОЕС, гимназията в Правец, има и на други места. Там има няколко професии. Професия приложен програмист, професия обикновен програмист и професия системен програмист. Значи приложният програмист, това е, как се казва, върха на айсберга, това трябва да произвежда програмисти, които учат алгоритми, бази данни, интернет програмиране, веб програмиране, софтуерно инженерство и доста сериозни неща. Те вървят по едни държавни номенклатури, това е част от компютърни науки, приложно програмиране, трета степен и трябва да учат 960 часа. Това като замисъл е много готино. Ето ги курсовете, които са предвидени. Аз участвах заедно с колеги, доста широк екип в съставянето на тези учебни планове. Това се нарича учебен план. Какво ще учим? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 клас. И вътре във всеки учебен план има учебна програма, т.е. какви теми ще има в дадения учебен курс. Примерно операционни системи, сега ще учим ли докер, няма ли да учим, какво ще е практиката и така нататък. И има едни нормативни документи, т.е. всички тези професии са разписани много сериозно, какво трябва да знае един програмист от гледна точка на държавата. Ето, например, тук има резултати от учене, трябва да участва в прилагане на мерките за безопасност и не знам си какво. Тия неща винаги ги слагат, защото така е по стандартите. Така много дълго взех да го казвам. И в крайна сметка се стига до едно нещо, което го наричат типов учебен план. Типовия учебен план всъщност казва, Министерството, както знаете, е монополист над средното образование и гимназиалното образование и всъщност казва, че ще учим 18 седмици, 20 във втория срок, не знам си какво си, и казва, че това е за всички български училища, т.е. духовната семинария, спортното гимназия, езиковата гимназия и технологичните гимназии учат едно и също в раздел А. Задължителни, това са математика, философия, история и така нататък в определен брой часове. И в тъй наречения раздел Б са професионалните предмети, който до 10-ти клас общо взето почти няма нищо. Тук се вижда, че това си е голяма драма, т.е. според Министерството, ако ще ставаш програмист, трябва да почнеш 10-ти клас. Според мен, ако ще ставаш програмист, трябва да почнеш в 5-ти клас. Според някои други трябва да почнеш в първи клас, нали, спора е голям, но те наречения първи гимназиален етап би трябвало да е еднакъв за всички, които учат в българските гимназии. Тоест, може до 10-ти клас да се учил в спортното училище, в 11-ти и 12-ти клас да отидеш в професионална гимназия да станеш програмист. Това е на теория. Това така са решили от МОН. Естествено, че е грешно. Естествено, че ако искаш да ставаш спортист, трябва да почнеш много от малък. Ако искаш да ставаш програмист, трябва да почнеш много от малък, а не от 11-ти клас. Но нямаш право да променеш, както и да е. Има ето тук измислени кои са учебните дисциплини. За щастие вече не става про за дискети. Имаше работна група, където ние успяхме да пробутаме по-съвременните неща, заедно с колеги, които много активно се включиха. И в крайна сметка се стигна до следващия голям проблем. Добре, имаме учебен план и той е долу-горе адекватен. В смисъл, свестен е, в софтуни фундацията мога да съм ги изкарал малко по разбираем начин. Значи, трите професия са приложен програмист. Ето това се учи долу-горе, интернет разработка, виждате, че са съвременни, актуални, смислени неща. Това е обикновения програмист, там учат по-малко неща. И това е системния програмист. Всичко е добре, обаче няма учебни материали. Тоест, казваме на учителя, абе виж какво, преподавай вградени системи, ама как ми оправя са. Нали? Или преподавай база данни, ама и затова започнахме да правим всъщност учебно съдържание и това е този проект, който иска да ви покажа. Тук идеята е за трите специалности и те наречените софтуерни и хардуерни науки, които са в профилираните гимназии, например в математически гимназии, в тези училищата по малките населени места, където пък там трагедията е доста голяма, защото първият сблъсък с програмирането е за 72 часа да научиш ООП. Нещо, което не просто е невъзможно, което е абсурдно. Нали? То човек трябва да учи поне 200-300 часа програмиране, да стигне до ООП-то. Нали? Но това е положението. Ето това са решили от МОН, че трябва да учат. Като тук по тези професии става въпрос за едни 30-40 училища. Училища като ТОЕС, сигурно сте го чували, технологично училище информационни системи, те са най-силни в ето тази програма за системен програмист, където се учи програмиране и малко хардуер, нали, мрежи, такива неща. Както и да е, сванахме се с колеги да разработим учебно съдържание за това нещо, което е доста сериозна задача. И ние от Софтуник контрибютнахме част от нашия карикулъм по линия на Софтуник фундацията и в крайна сметка успяхме да формулираме за някои от курсовете много прилично съдържание. Аз мога да опитам да покажа долу-горе какво представлява. Примерно като започнеш с основи на програмирането, да кажем първия курс, който би трябвало да се учи в училищата, е ето този. Сега трябваше да бъде избрана някаква технология. В случая избрахме C#. Естествено, че е спорно, естествено, че може да става с Python, с Java, но ние трябваше да изберем за примерното учебно съдържание нещо и избрахме това и всъщност даваме на учителите презентации, защото те иначе водят на дъска. Нали разбирате да преподаваш програмиране на дъска 2020 година и 20 година, че не е най-добрият вариант.
Светло, понеже ние имаме ограничения във времето, мисля, че можем да направим така. Да направим втора част на този Q&A утре на живо, когато дойдеш и говориш съответно по една много интересна тема също на нашата конференция и всъщност тогава да завършим тази тема, за да може да имаме повече детайли.
Добре.
Само може би накрая две думи за какво ще говориш утре. Най-добре да чуят от тебе.
Ще говоря за GitHub Actions, което е всъщност една възможност човек да направи build системи и continuous integration в GitHub. Тоест GitHub ти дават това, което на времето го даваше Jenkins и подобните системи за continuous integration, или простичко казано, комитваш си проекта, един невидим процес в GitHub тайничко го чекаутва, взима последната версия, компилира, пуска юнит тестовете, билдва, binary, евентуално деплойва и ако има някакви грешки ти казва. И това става безплатно в GitHub. Естествено, при по-големи обеми почваш да плащаш, но това е наистина много, много удобно са го направили. Иска да го покажа на хората, които не са се сблъсквали и не са го срещали, защото Continuous Integration е доста, как кажа, гореща тема в цивилизованата разработка на софтуер, където искаме софтуера да не се чупи, особено ако правим продукти и по-големи проекти в по-голям екип.
Чудесно, това ще е много интересна тема, така че утре се надявам да те видим в нашето студио или веню в Техпарка и допълнително ще направим втора част на този Q&A, който е за учебните програми и мисля, че е много интересен и ще бъде полезен за нашите участници.
До утре тогава, ще се видим скоро.
Благодаря ти много за включването и приятен ден! А сега очакваме нашия следващ гост Антон Бойко, който е представител на украинското комюнити. Hello, Anton.
Hey, hello, Mikhail. How are you?
Well, I'm really excited that we have now this conference in a little bit non-usual format. For the first time, JSTalks is virtual. I believe that next year it will be in person and probably also virtual to stay more global and global. Thank you for coming. Anton Boyko is one of the most popular community leaders and experts in Ukraine. He's really full stack because he has expertise in JavaScript, .NET technologies, DevOps, cloud computing, and some other areas. And Anton will present tomorrow one interesting session, but the most important, which I would like to talk with Anton, is about his career path and also path like community leader. And it will be great if Anton can share some things from Ukraine, because doesn't matter that we started JSTalks here in Bulgaria. I think for our attendees will be very interesting to understand how it happened in different countries in our region. So, Anton, it will be great if you can share some insights, how you started and how you built the community in Ukraine.
Okay, so let me just double check that. So, do you want me to talk how we built the Ukrainian IT community, or do you want me to share a bit more information on my career path? Because I can talk about both. Just wanted to double check what will be more interesting for the audience.
I think that the most interesting will be if you can share more things about the community, because we will invite you at least several times more to talk about your challenges, but really people have no enough information about communities in the region.
Yeah, okay, so I can do that. As Mikhail already said, I'm a community leader here, and I'm not only, let's say, the community leader, I'm also a community founder. So that happens a long time ago. I do believe that was 2013 or something like that. So like 7 years ago. At that point, I just started to work with the Azure cloud really actively. And I approached Microsoft, of course, because that's the Microsoft cloud. I approached the local Microsoft office and I asked, like, hey guys, I work a lot with this Azure cloud and I want to basically share my knowledge and also learn from others who work with that cloud. So can you please recommend me a community that I could join here in Ukraine, the local community? And to my actually big surprise, the answer was that, we don't have that kind of a community in Ukraine, or at least we're not aware of that community. So that is why I decided, okay, if there are none, let's create one. And that's basically how we started the Microsoft Azure community here in Ukraine. And I do remember that basically our first meetup, that was actually quite fun. Our first meetup, the total amount of attendees was 4, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, of course, that's really hard to start such kind of such kind of a stuff. But at the end of the day, we established a few local conferences. So usually we try to have at least 2 conferences. For now, we postponed them because of the lockdown, because the online format didn't get enough traction for us here in Ukraine. But anyway, so we founded these 2 conferences. One is called the Azure Day, and the second one, it's not like we found it, we joined the global community. The second one is the Global Azure Bootcamp. And the idea is that we start running the regular meetups and we start running those conferences. And the idea was that that was basically the place for all the enthusiasts who were kind of in this or that way related to Azure to basically came, share the knowledge, learn from others, and stuff like that. So this is the way, in general, how we created that community. And then we started a collaboration with other communities. I know that, Mikhail, you also run this global conference brand in Bulgaria, the SQL Saturday. So the idea was that we started basically to invite those guys who knows a lot about data, about Microsoft SQL Server, to also join our conferences and our meetups and talk, for example, about SQL or data in general in Azure. And then they started to invite us back to join their conference to share our experience more or less maybe about the same things, but from a different point of view, because when we're talking about, let's say, the data, we can talk about data integrity, we can talk about data security, we can talk about data processing, so we can talk about a lot of different angles of the same question, basically. So that's in general how we run that kind of stuff here in Ukraine.
And how it happened that you also, like a person with a very good development background, work on JavaScript and developer technologies, and what is the relationship between Azure community, where you are exactly the founder, and communities which are more related to developers and to web technologies?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so at some point, I'm not sure actually who that was, but I do believe that that was the manager in one of the companies that I worked at that point of time. So he basically said to me that if you want to be a stronger expert in your area, you also need to take a closer look at the competitive areas. So the idea is that actually C# was not even my, let's say, first language. Now I mostly possess the expertise related to the Microsoft technology stack, but nonetheless, I do believe that it was back in, oh, that was hell of a long time ago. That was probably even at the end of 90s. My first technology of choice, actually, that was Borland Delphi, and I started with Turbo Pascal as my first programming language. Then I decided to switch a bit more to web technologies, and my second programming language, that was PHP. And I basically worked with PHP at the point where the major version of the PHP was like 5.4, something like that. So that was like more than 10 years ago, probably, or yeah, or even more than 15 years ago, actually. Nonetheless, so the idea is that at some point I started developing my career into the C# area, and I quickly understand that with the C#, yeah, you can do a lot of things, but still you can't do all the things. So that is why you also need to know, for example, how to do some things on the client side with the JavaScript. And then I realized that, for example, okay, I can do JavaScript on the client side, but in addition to that, I can also do the JavaScript, for example, on a backend. And I said, okay, that's cool. Let's try Node.js. And then I realized that because the JavaScript runtime itself is so flexible that I can do, for example, the same Node.js, the same JavaScript on top of microcomputers, for example, like Raspberry Pis. So the idea is that when I started work more with the JavaScript, the difference between different technologies and different platforms became more clear to me. And I also do believe that I am a better, let's say, C# developer, also because I know the strengths and the weaknesses of the C#. And the reason for that is that at some point I started to take a closer look at the competitive technologies. Like I was saying, for example, like Node.js for the backend. So that's it. And when we talk about the relation between the dev communities and the Azure community, the Azure in general, of course, when it just started, that was like 10 years ago or something like that, it was mostly Microsoft oriented. But then it very, very fast became really open. And the idea is that, for example, we were talking about the web technologies for now, but if we would take a look at a bit different area, for example, mobile development. In Azure, there are a bunch of services that you can use to quickly bootstrap and create a backend for your mobile applications as well. So Azure for me, and okay, I'm currently talking about Azure because I have the majority of my cloud experience with Azure, but in general, I can say the same about any cloud, about AWS, about GCP. So if you're talking about cloud, you can of course talk about them web technologies, about web development, but in addition to that, there are a lot of interesting things there which are not only dedicated to web technologies. So like I was saying, for example, for the mobile applications, that's really cool that you can, let's say, outsource all that heavy lifting by creating an authentication layer for your mobile app, by creating the data storage that you can share between different devices of the same user. You can basically outsource all that stuff to the cloud provider and you can consume it and you can focus basically on creating something that has never been created before. So in that way, I can say that with the cloud, it was really easy for us also to engage other communities because for each and every person, there is something in the cloud that may be interesting. And in general, cloud helps me to become more productive because I don't need to reinvent the wheel each and every time again.
Perfect. Yes, it is something which is really useful. And at the end, can you share some insights exactly about what you will talk tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow I will talk about one of my favorite topics. The fun stuff is that I was trying to prepare that session for ages. The first time I tried to present that on Global Azure Bootcamp here in Kyiv, Ukraine, maybe like 3 years ago or something like that. But the idea is that when we're talking about web and when we're talking about creating a website, usually we start thinking about CMS. So I do believe that one of the most popular CMS that everyone is aware about is something like WordPress or maybe Drupal or Joomla or something like that. So the idea is that it's like nothing wrong with the CMS itself, but there is a better way how you can do those modern websites, and the better way is that this is the funny stuff is the using of static websites. So that's what was at the beginning of the web, you know, when we basically created the HTML page and call it a website. And currently the tooling developed to the such, let's say, to the such point that you can benefit from both. You can get all the benefits of the CMS by basically editing the content and ability to update your content on your website in a quite easy way. And in another hand, you don't need to basically have the all overhead of the huge CMS engine. You can use the static websites and you can make them manageable. And currently, with the current tooling, the process is extremely painless, I would say, especially comparing to that part of the story which was at the beginning of the web. So my session tomorrow will be about how you can use the modern technology and the modern tooling to do the static websites, but static websites in, let's say, the best possible definition of this term.
It is really something very interesting because actually our conference sites are going to be in the same way. So I will be one of your attendees.
Cool, awesome.
Thank you very much for joining, and we will expect you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow then. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. And now we are expecting Radoslav Stanków, our next guest.
Hey,
Hello.
how's it going?
Hi, Rado. Thank you for joining again at this Q&A. We did with you one Q&A which was more general, related to you 1 or 2 weeks ago. But I think it will be very interesting for attendees of this conference if they have some insights from your side about what is the most important for developers and IT specialists to grow, and what is good to expect from such kind of conferences, and in the end, of course, about what you will talk tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, for this kind of events, like one of the best things you can learn is basically feeling the beat of the community, where things are going, where the things have been, and also like see people who work with technologies and understand those technologies to actually absorb their line of thinking. Because again, technology changes, but a lot of the things like actually stays the same on the ground.
And you are from the long time really organizer of events, and also of course speaker and community enthusiast. Could you share what is your biggest challenge when you are organizer of events, and what you think that could be possible to be predicted and to be manageable, because it is something which is related also to our event, and it is something which is very probably interesting for everyone around.
Yeah, to be honest, the hardest thing of organizing events is actually finding new speakers. Like there is a lot of people in the community, but a lot of us have been seen multiple times. And I always try to encourage like first time speakers, new people to show their knowledge that it's not that hard. And actually, when you give a presentation, it's actually improves the way you think about something. And yeah, I think you can also agree that finding speakers is one of the biggest challenges when you are making online events or any events in that matter.
And what about organization in general? Did you met some challenges because you are organizer from one side of React Not a Conf, and you started in the past VarnaConf, and also I remember that from VarnaConf it happened this the Tour conference.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, for me, I mean, there's always challenges and there are a lot of like logistical challenges, but I think I have kind of nailed those down. Like right now, we have this challenge with the COVID stuff, and the online events is like totally different beast than inline events, where to be honest, again, I know pretty much what I need to do there. And stuff always happens, and yeah, there is always like some blunder here and there, but that's more like a fun stories than like actual long-term problems.
What exactly is useful for you when you attend some conferences? What exactly is the most important which help you to grow in some direction? You are a very experienced person, but again, you attend many conferences, and definitely you see the reason to do that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons I'm so experienced is that I'm actually visiting events and learning constantly for all the events. So for me, there is two benefits of visiting events and watching talks. Like for example, I have a lot of like conferences which I don't visit, I just bookmark their video calls. Is like the first reason is actually learning new content and new insight for technologies which I'm interested in or I have never heard of but sound fun. And I have seen for myself, especially watching a conference talk can save me maybe like weeks or even months of deciding, should I do a certain technology, should I try some technology? And learning from conference talks was one of the best ways I learned. And the second thing is actually interacting with the community and with the speakers, asking them questions, especially if this is like a great opportunity to ask somebody a question where, again, you can always reach people on Twitter, Facebook, but you miss the context. And if somebody have given like a talk on some certain subject, this is a good opportunity for asking questions and getting their insights even deeper than the talk they cover, because usually the talk rarely goes to like deep details, except if the the conference is not very narrow.
It is probably also interesting attendees to understand about what you will talk tomorrow. It is very interesting topic, very useful probably for many of our attendees, but could you share some details?
Yeah, so I'm going to talk about how you can develop apps basically with Electron, how you can use web technologies to build desktop apps, and common problems I have faced when I tried using Electron. I think the benefit from this is that I personally love the browser, I love the web, and I think it's a very powerful platform. But having another tool in my belt it will be very useful to actually say, okay, now I want to have something offline. I need to do the desktop challenges. What are the challenges? What are the way architecturing an app for working on desktops mean? And how can I won't cover this in my talk, but how desktop app can, the learnings from there, how they improve my web work, how I start thinking more as a self-contained app than to something which is powered by web servers and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it seems something which will be interesting for many people, and as we discussed, it will be great if you join us here at Tech Park and you will receive such kind of cup with JSTalks for our speakers who will come and present in person. And it is something which I really appreciate, that you do so many events and help the community. Also, we have very good conversations, as you know, and exchange some ideas. And this is something which is really very important for everyone who is organizer, speaker, and community enthusiast. And in the end, what you would like to wish to our attendees today and tomorrow?
Yeah, I wish you have fun and learn interesting stuff and hopefully get inspired by some of that and start using them afterwards. And yeah, in general, in this case, stay safe in general, which is a very new modern old saying.
Thank you very much for joining, and we will expect you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We have a small pause till we are waiting for our next guest.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте! Аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, в супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Бихте ли се представила и също така да ни кажете няколко думи за компанията?
Hello, Krasi.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. It works.
Yeah. Thank you for coming. We are doing Q&A sessions with our speakers today. For all speakers who are able to share some interesting thoughts about their experience, like professionals, like speakers, and like community leaders. And Krasi, you are one of the more interesting people in our community because from one side you wrote several books. People know you worldwide also with these books. And you have also experience not only with JavaScript, but we will talk more on web technologies and JavaScript. So I would like to share some ideas and some insights about your career path. I mean, how you started to work on IT technologies, and after that, how you started to contribute for the community, what kind of challenges you have, and at the end, what will expect our attendees after probably less than an hour from your session today.
Yeah. Hey everyone. First, how I started, I guess. I'm not one of those people that at the age of 4 you get the first computer and you play with it and some stuff like that. I started in my late years at the high school, I think, by doing some really basic Flash stuff. As far as I remember, I think my first website is actually dedicated to Linkin Park, which I was into when I was a teenage, which is a pretty good band even now. So I remember that I spent a month, or maybe even more, reading about Java applets when I meant to actually read about JavaScript. But that was a bit of a bad advice from a friend. He said, just run Java something. And I spent quite a lot of time just reading. And of course my English was bad. But this was my first actually ever, for me, like programming things. Then when I had to decide where to study, I actually decided to be computer science, and then everything slowly just like rolling. Actually, my first paid job was as a graphic designer. I didn't work as a programmer, but this company was kind of agency which was dealing with lots of different types of advertisement, and one of them was websites. So I started doing ASP, PHP stuff, and I guess kind of fall in love with Flash at that time, with ActionScript. And we know that ActionScript is ECMAScript based, so it's kind of really cool. Actually, the JavaScript today is the one that we write is really close to what ActionScript was before, ActionScript 3. It's kind of really close, especially with TypeScript nowadays, because ActionScript 3 was type language. So yeah, and I changed a couple of companies during the years. Started working remotely maybe like 8-9 years ago. So this is something that I'm really proud of. It's not because of pandemic. I just work like that for ages. And it's going well, I think. At the moment, I'm working for a company called Antidote.me. We're helping patients reaching clinical trials, which is kind of really interesting area, especially at the moment, because
yes, exactly now.
At the moment, if you want to ship is really a bad word for what these people are doing. That's of course my opinion. But if you want to give a medicine to someone, kind of if you find a cure of who knows some virus, you can't just come out and say, okay, just take this, it works. There are lots of different stages, and the most important ones are the clinical trials. And it looks like in the whole digital healthcare sector, the products online are just none. So I think this is one of the areas which the next years will be like booming in terms of products that people develop.
Absolutely. And how you started actually to contribute for the community, to write books?
I always enjoy writing. Even in school, I was really. I'm trying to translate български език и литература, български език и литература на английски. So I was just into writing when I was at school. Then at some point decided that I'll probably make money out of writing articles, and I started writing paid articles. Definitely not money from there, but because one of them people just invited me to write a book, I said, yeah, sure, I'll write the first one. They offer me a second one. I did that, even though I think that this was a mistake now. The third one was more of my own thing. I just decided that now I have enough content for a book, so I just put it out. In general, for all this stuff, which there's not much, by the way. I'm especially last year's when I have to be more of a father than someone that goes around and talk with people, with real people. So I kind of, in general, I guess just like meeting people and talk about programming, because that's what I like to do. That's how I started speaking a lot. And in general, going into conferences, I now realize that the most important thing was the networking around the event. In some of these events, I met my heroes, people which I admire, and this was the only one chance to actually see them and chat about stuff. And then everything just came on its own, I guess. Just here in Varna, I'm from Varna, we are doing a JavaScript meetup, which kind of not happening at the moment. But we have a hackerspace. I did a couple of talks there. Yeah, I guess just when you like what you're doing, you just try to find people with a similar
interest.
Thinking. Yeah, interest.
And how it happened that you have 2 or 3 or probably more books on Node.js, and I know that you have also books for children and some different content.
So the notebooks are really based on kind of a work. How people say that it's. I was just on the right time and I did the right thing. It was just kind of a work, I think, because I wrote an article which was about making a real-time chat with Node. And when Node was really young, there were not so many articles. And at this point, these people just searching for someone to write a book about Node, and they just Google and they find me because there was no many article about it. And yeah, after the first one, I guess they were happy with the result. They asked me to write another one, which I'm, in general, writing about something which changes so fast. It's not really profitable. I'm not talking about me. It's not profitable for me anyway, but for the publishers, because when there is a new version, all the content written and printed is just doesn't make sense. That's why I actually wanted to put the third one, which was about patterns, because the patterns they don't change in kind of well, in React a lot of things change, and my third book is about React and patterns. Some of them are still valid, so the book still has a value. And the fourth book was actually, and this is part of my talk, by the way, I'll mention it. Because I like writing, I decided to write a novel, which is non-technical book. I still have this idea, but because this takes a lot of time, I decided to put a story for my kids. When we go to bed, I just tell stories, and one of them they really like it, and I wanted to when in the beginning of the year this shit happens with the lockdown, I decided to spend some time doing stuff which are not programming, which was about drawing, which I like to do as a kid as well. So I bought a tablet, started making some illustrations, and just decided to kind of build everything into a single thing. And it was the book for my kids just came out, and then I self-published it, made tons of money, and now I don't have to work.
And you mentioned some things about your presentation today, but could you share a little bit more details at the end, because your presentation is after half an hour, and what our attendees can expect from you?
So this presentation is kind of really special for me, because it combines lots of things which I really love to do. The first one is writing software and writing other stuff. So I'm making a parallel between writing a novel, like really just writing non-technical books, and writing software. And there are some good examples about how you can use knowledge from people like Hemingway to actually apply this knowledge to your coding. I hope I get your attention now.
Yes, it is something which really I would like to see in your presentation. So it is something which is really very useful, and at least from my point of view, and I can recommend to our attendees to join your session after 30 minutes. And again, after sessions, we have also short Q&A using Teams links, and you will be able to collaborate with people who would like to discuss with you some details live.
Yeah, sure. I'll be there after the talk.
Okay. Thank you very much for joining, and we will expect your session.
Awesome. See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe twice if you cool. Yeah. Wow. Down. Right now. Right now. Si hubiera algún inconveniente, resolvemos donde sea. Sigan en su aguaje que yo nací pa' la brea. Rómpete la lengua y de mí lo que tú quieras. Pero sigue por la orilla que a mí me gusta la brea. Oh, 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 y de mí lo que tú quieras. Pero sigue por la orilla que... I mean, what you doing anyway? I'm a renegade, finna penetrate in a race, be my dinner date. I ain't finished, wait, I'm a little late, I'm a little overwhelmed. Need a little show and tell. Tell me if you know me well. Hold the bell and Chanel purses, out purchase if you worth it.
Hey, you awake at lonely hours, days where he spins inside your head, fragile eyelids try to find the power to hold the world up from your bed. Ooh, feel your waves sinking on your sheets. You will drift away to sleep, cradle in levity. Fade water and you start to sink. Just breathe as you flow on with the stream. There's nothing left for you to do but let the air inside of you. Fade water and you start to sink. Just breathe as you flow on with the stream. There's nothing left for you to do but let the air inside of you. Feel the waves sinking on your sheet. You will drift into a dream, cradle by gravity.
Камерата ти не се вижда. Каква?
Hello again. We are with Lyubomir Buzhinov, who will be our first speaker with technical presentation today. Welcome, Lubo. And I think that there is no need to introduce you. The best way is if you actually say some words for you, and after that, of course, to continue with your presentation.
Of course. Hey, hello, Mihail. Glad to be here. So I think that I can just start off with the screen sharing right away and jump right into my presentation. So apologies for the slight delay. There were some technical issues to fix, as always. But these are new and challenging times. So I don't know if everyone can see my screen right now, but I'm really happy to be here. My name is Lubo, and I am a lead software engineer at EPAM. Titles aside, I like to think of myself as a person who tinkers with stuff and tries to improve it. Well, at least not to break it. So that's a quick word about me. But a big thank you to our sponsors who made all of this possible. And I would like to mention that EPAM is running a very interesting game where you can actually win the latest DJI drone. So be sure to jump into the EPAM room on Microsoft Teams. So I write code for a living. At least that's part of my job, like many of you, I imagine. And sometimes that code is good, but not very often. So enough about me. Let's talk about clean JavaScript. And I do believe we've all seen this image. We all know the jokes. This is a good one because it's actually true. And I do recommend this drinking game. It's probably one of my favorite good-natured rips at the JavaScript community. I've tried this game. It's brilliant. Worst hangover ever. So the main idea of my talk is going to be to raise more questions than it answers and make us think about the various trade-offs we have to make when writing code. Those are usually, if I may oversimplify a bit, between performance, readability, and testability. By the way, I subscribe to the idea that a good talk has to do three things, has to do them well. It needs to educate, entertain, and inspire. But I'm afraid I'm only going to have time for one of those, and we'll see which one. Okay, now that all of the jokes are out of the way, I will kick off the talk with a quick disclaimer. So today we won't talk about refactoring your existing bowl of spaghetti code. That's a topic for another time, and I would actually like to do that sometime in the future. We're going to focus more on aspects of the system and tooling we can use to actually help us create clean code. So basically setting up a code base the right way. The main question, of course, is what does clean JavaScript code actually mean? It's a difficult question to answer, but let's see if we can pin it down and create a checklist of sorts, a cheat sheet, if I may call it that. So is clean code just using tools like JSHint or ESLint and Prettier? Well, they do help quite a bit. And for one, Prettier has basically eliminated nitpicking in code reviews. So they do help, adding them to the list. Using ES6 Plus only is also something I would like to add to the list. After all, we have a lot of syntactic sugar that helps us create more elegant code. And whatever you do in modern projects, please don't use vars. I, for one, like to rely a lot on the helping, the context helpers in arrow functions, for example. And I do use destructuring quite a bit, rest, spread, etc., etc. So all of the nice syntactic sugar that we get with ES6 Plus, just don't use vars. I can't not mention naming conventions. Sticking to a naming convention is not enough by itself, but it's definitely a good idea, even if it's SpongeBob case. Just be consistent across your project. I'm kidding, obviously. Don't use SpongeBob case unless you hate your colleagues or want to get fired. Okay, We also need to be following all of the common abbreviations, right? That's quite obvious. The fundamental principles of good software engineering don't suddenly change just because you're writing Angular or React or Vue or whatever. And I think the same holds true for sticking to common design patterns. Can we cut off the checklist here, actually? I don't think so. Knowing the difference between the factor in the singleton or when to create a decorator or a facade or lazy initialization or object pool, these are all great, but they're not quite enough. We need more. Perhaps it's all about creating the perfect architecture. But then again, we all know that such a thing doesn't exist. The only thing you can do is actually try to make it good enough. I know, testing, unit testing your code. Does 100% unit testing make your code clean? Yes and no. How about integration or end-to-end testing? Again, same answer. It helps, but it's not quite enough on its own. So we need to add it to the list. We come to pull requests. So I am a strong believer that we need code reviews in any project. We need a right protected main/dev/master branch. No question about that. The only question is how many peers should actually review the PR. I think that most projects need just one, but the more, the better. So what about continuous integration and deployment? Automating your builds after every commit is a good idea. Do you need it? Of course, these days most projects do. So just pick your poison. I usually like to go for Travis CI in every project I can. Husky. I forgot about Husky. Git hooks are actually a very nice tool. They help you improve code quality if people don't circumvent them, obviously. But they definitely have a very good place on our list. But going back to CI/CD, is a static code analysis tool like SonarQube the silver bullet? So a lot of people these days seem to think so. And admittedly, it's really great at detecting code smells that might pass unnoticed during code review. It definitely has its place on our list. And of course, is switching to TypeScript the solution? Because the Angular team appears to think so. You can use it with React as well. You can use it on its own or with any framework your heart desires. I believe that types are great. We need them. We definitely do. So use them, people. But speaking of avoiding JavaScript pitfalls, do you need something like Elm or Svelte or some other compiled framework that helps you avoid or claims to helps you avoid runtime errors completely? I, for one, think that those are great. I can definitely recommend Svelte. I've been getting into that one lately, and it's very interesting. So this is basically our checklist. It's far from exhaustive, mind you, and of course, each and every item on the list can be the subject of a more detailed and thorough talk. Like I said, I would focus on the more detailed code aspects of that in another talk with pleasure. But this checklist is actually a very good start when you think about the wider context of a project. So, while asking these questions, I basically shared my thoughts and opinions, and I do believe that your mileage will vary. That's good. That's how it should be. I would love to actually hear your ideas and talk about your experience. We'll have that opportunity in the live Q&A and later in the Teams Q&A meeting. But my main idea was to maybe make you think a bit more about clean code. And I think that this talk, however brief, does just that. Because in the end, clean code, I think, just means writing code in such a way that other humans can easily read it, understand it, extend it, build upon it, with as few WTFs per minute as possible. That, I believe, is the main reason why we should care about clean code, because we work with other people. To me, this is the metric that actually is the most important one to keep in mind. And that's all from me. Thank you. I think that I can now.
Thank you, Lubo. And I would like to remind our attendees that they can talk with you now at our Q&A live session at Teams. So I think that you will have really great collaboration. Thank you very much for joining.
Thanks. Okay, so should I jump into the Teams collaboration now?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
So we are ready for our next guest. The next speaker also has a very interesting topic about web testing.
Oops. Hiya. Hi, Mihail.
Hello, Marie. Welcome to our
Hiya.
event.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Just to pre-warn everyone, because I've got my 3-year-old with me today, so you might just hear her from time to time. But yeah, I'll keep it. Yeah, like hopefully she's not as distracted.
No, it is
Just
great.
distracted. Yeah.
It is
Cool.
more natural, and the most important is to have this presentation
Chatterbox.
from your side, and after that to have live Q&A with our attendees.
Yep, sounds
So
good. Yeah.
the best way is probably you to say some words about yourself.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I can say everything, so it is
Mm-hmm.
up to you, and thank you again for coming.
Cool. Yep. I'll start just by sharing my screen.
You have button, share
Yeah.
screen, and our moderator will approve your sharing. Just click
Okay.
it, select what you need, and your sharing will appear.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Perfect.
okay, sorry. Okay. Yeah, so again, thank you all for having me. This is my first time speaking in JS Talks, and one of the great, I mean, it's not really a great thing, but like one of the positive thing about this pandemic is, like everything is virtual now. So it's allowing, like speakers such as myself, who can't like travel like to different countries to share, my talks to everyone. So today I would really like to, talk about modern web testing with Cypress. If you want to, get like connected with me after this talk, I've added my Twitter handle so I can be found at mcruisedrake. And at the same time, I have a tech blog that I maintain at mariedrake.com. So make sure you check that out as well. That's Little Miss Late. Sorry, little Miss Busy. Okay, so first of all, just a little bit information about myself. My name is Marie Drake, like I mentioned. Currently, I work as a principal test automation engineer at News UK. But on the side, so I also do other things. So I'm currently a Cypress ambassador. I also co-organize a meetup group, which is called Cypress UK Community Group. We just launched, just before the pandemic, and like so far we've hosted like 5 or 6 different talks now. And like I said, I'm also a tech blogger. So if you're interested about, learning about testing and test automation, then do make sure to check out my blog, because I've got, some posts that might, be useful for you. So just in terms of the agenda for today, I'll start with just a quick recap of the test automation pyramid, and then I'll briefly talk about some of the challenges with UI test automation, and then how Cypress can help you, and not just us testers, but also developers as well who wants to do UI automation. And then I'll briefly talk about its features. All right, Kebs. So I'll briefly talk about its features, and then I'll spend 5 minutes doing a quick demo, just to show you that you can get up and running in Cypress in just 5 minutes. So yep, big thanks to all the sponsors, for making this conference, happen. And it's great that, yeah, even if like during this pandemic, that we're still having this virtual talk. So really thank you to everyone. So let's first revisit the ever popular test automation pyramid. For those of you who don't know, the test automation pyramid tells us what types of tests we should automate. So we have unit tests at the bottom, we've got integration tests at the middle, and then you've got end-to-end or UI tests at the top of the pyramid. The unit tests at the bottom, they provide the fastest feedback. So it's encouraged, to write a lot of them because they're cheap to run. They provide a fast feedback loop. And from my experience, this is what most of our developers write, especially if, everyone's practicing TDD or test-driven development. And then you've just got the integration test, which just verifies parts of the system together. It could be a component, or it could be parts of a service or an API. And from my experience, both developers and testers write these tests. And then on top, we have the end-to-end. And this type of test, provides the slowest feedback because there's a lot of dependencies involved since we're now testing the full system. And from my experience, this is what, testers write. But the main question that, we have to ask ourselves is, what do our users care about? And our users, they only care about end-to-end tests. The main reason is, these are the closest to verifying their user flows. At the end of the day, they're not going to care if you have 100% test coverage on the unit level if they can't make any payments to your payment provider, for example. So what I did was, oops, here she comes. Can you sit, Baba? All right, you're gonna join me. All right. So what I've done in the past is, I spoke with some of our developers because I wanted to understand why they're not writing end-to-end tests, especially if it involves the UI. And the responses that I got was, it's not that they don't want to write them, they really want to help, but the tools out there to write automated tests on the UI level, it seems to be a bit complex for them, or difficult to set up or debug. Then this got me thinking that the tools that we need to select, it should actually fit in their developer workflow. Since we work with JavaScript, I started looking at what unit testing tools are out there that developers love to use. You've all probably heard of Jest, which is currently one of the most popular JavaScript testing framework out there, because it comes built in with all the things that you need to help you write your unit tests. And then like on the side, you've got React testing library, you've got Mocha, you've got Chai, and then you've got Sign. And what's common with these tools is that all of them seem to have a great developer experience. And in order for us to really move to a model where testing is seen as everyone's responsibility, testing should be part of the developer workflow and it shouldn't make your experience poor. So and this is why I like to think of UI or end-to-end testing, even though it's hard. I think it should still be as easy as writing unit tests at a certain level. And there's tons of unit testing frameworks and tools that are available which developers love to use. However, when we move up the test pyramid, the different testing tool options that are available to do UI testing, they're often, they have a high learning curve, they're, quite difficult to set up. And especially nowadays, we move towards DevOps approach, and testing and test automation is seen as everyone's responsibility. We need to be able to convince, developers that UI testing is very valuable to them and that there is a tool out there that can actually help them. So this is where Cypress comes in. If you go to their website, the first thing that you see is this message: the web has evolved. Finally, testing has to. And on a nutshell, yes, Bobby. All right, I'll speak to you later. Okay. And on a nutshell, Cypress is just a tool that can automate the browser, similar to Selenium. However, as opposed to Selenium, Cypress is a complete testing framework. It's bundled with multiple tools under the hood. So you've got Mocha, you've got Chai jQuery, Sign-on, and then Sign-on Chai. What this means for you is, if you want to get started with writing UI tests, you just need to install Cypress because it comes built in already with, its assertion library and, some mocking functionality. The case before was, before using Cypress, you would need to install separate libraries to write your automated tests. And there's also a lot of, different tools to choose from, especially, if you work in JavaScript, there's just like tons of frameworks out there. So if you're new to test automation, you might feel overwhelmed. What Cypress does is, they take away all these complexities of setting up so you can focus only on the thing that provides, the most value, which is writing the test. So Cypress, it was actually created by web developers so they can encourage other web developers to write more UI or end-to-end tests. So in short, it's developer friendly. And then it promises, developers and testers a way to write easier and more user-friendly automated tests. So it actually got out of its beta support just, like late 2018. And seeing that it was only released, to the public late, Cypress is already gaining popularity. When this screenshot here on the left was taken, so Cypress was downloaded over 1.5 million times, and this was on a weekly basis. ThoughtWorks, a leading consultancy, they've also added Cypress as a tool to adopt in one of their technology radar reports, which indicates that a lot of developers and testers are now using this tool. So as I mentioned, it's easy to set up. As long as you have Node and npm installed, then you're all set. And it's also very easy, to run the test in Cypress. If you look at the second and the last command, so Cypress provides two commands for running the test. npx cypress run, it will run your test headlessly on Electron by default, while npx cypress open, it will open up the Cypress test runner, which I will demo later, and it will run your test on interactive mode. So as I mentioned, Cypress has a unique offering called the Visual UI Test Runner. So this is where you can see your test interactively, and you'll notice as well. So here, on like the upper right, it also supports more than one browser. So this was done on it. I think it's version 4.0 and above. So initially, Cypress only supported Chrome, but now, it also allows you to run your tests on other browsers. So they have now support for, for Firefox as well as Edge. Cool. So as you can see, this is just a quick, demo. But then later, I'm actually gonna like open like the actual test runner. But as you can see here, every time the test is running, you also have a preview of your entire test application. And then each time that you hover on a command on the left, the state of your application gets replayed. You can see at the bottom you have access to DevTools, which really makes it easier to debug your tests. Anything that that you want to access. So if you want to access the window object, like the different states, then you can access that easily, with Cypress as well. And one of the key features that I like is, Cypress has this built-in feature called the selector playground. And the selector playground, it allows you to find what the selector is for the element that you, oh, Gabby, what did you do? Sorry. Um, if you want to find the selector that you wish to interact, and wait a minute, baby. It's 8888. Yeah. And I'm not going to demo it in this lightning talk, but if you've noticed, I'm also able to check for accessibility issues directly on my Cypress test. So what I really like about Cypress is it's not just for functional testing. You can use it for API testing. If you want to make some requests, you can do that easily without downloading like additional libraries or tools. You can use it for visual testing. So, we know that like modern browsers now, like it's really important to, check what the visual difference are, the way different browsers render it. So if you want to do visual testing, then you can easily do that with Cypress. They have a lot of different plugins that they support. So for example, they've got support for Applitools, for Percy, and a lot of like open source like visual plugins as well. And as I mentioned, if you want to do accessibility, accessibility is really important nowadays. So you can easily check for basic accessibility issues with one of their plugins called Cypress Acts. And then lately, I've also found out that you can even integrate Lighthouse tests directly on Cypress. So if you want to check the performance of your applications, then you can just add she's so distracting. Then you can also add that Cypress Lighthouse plugin. So I'm slightly gonna be over time, but I just really want to give you a quick demo as to how easy it is to run the Cypress test. So let me just stop um, sharing this tab, and then I'm going to just quickly share my entire screen. Mm-mm-mm. Cool. Okay, so what I have here, I've just got this Cypress demo to do, and let me just clear this so it's easy. So to kickstart Cypress, you saw that one of the command is npx cypress open. And what this does is, it just opens up this visual test runner. So what I'll do is I'm going to start, from scratch. I'm going to create, a new test file. So these are all built in. When you first install Cypress, it comes like predefined with this default folder structure. So all you have to do is to get you up and running, just let's just create a new file. Baby, wait a minute, mommy's doing live coding. Let me just type quickly. Cool. Can you watch Ryan for a bit, and then mommy will come watch with you, yeah? Cool. And then the first thing that you want to do, so that you can enable IntelliSense and then you have access to all the different Cypress command, is let's just import this reference types, for Cypress. And then when I save that, so if I go back to the Cypress test runner here, oops, you can see that it's already picked up this new test file. So what I'll do is I'm just going to open that quickly, and then as expected there's no test. So the first thing that I'll do is, oh baby, Okay, let's share again. Cool. So the first thing that I'll do is I'll write a first test. And, if you're already familiar with, Mocha, Cypress actually uses Mocha under the hood. So you have access to, the different blocks that you need. So let's just type the describe. And then let's just add a simple test. It adds a gabi adds a new to do item. Cool. So the first thing that you want is you want to visit your application. So you can do that just by using sci.visit. And then I'm just going to add a slash here. And the main reason why I've done that is, Cypress has this cypress.json file. And, you can just set what your base URL is. So in here, I've set my base URL as this example, React to do application. And then the moment I save this file, if I go back to here, let me just open it side by side. There you go, much better. So you can see that Cypress will automatically, pick up the new changes and then it will automatically run. So the selector playground I've mentioned, so you can just easily click this icon here and then just hover it to whatever element you want to interact. So in this case, I want to get the new to do, so I can type something, copy that, and then voila. So if you want to type something, so let's say give demo, and then the way this application works is you have to press enter in order to add a new to do item. So you can do that easily. That's not an issue. Just type in enter, and then the moment I save this, you can see that it's automatically added a new to do item. And then every time I hover on any of this command, the state of your application is replayed. So this is really, really great for, debugging. And then for assertion, so if we want to assert that a new to-do list has been, added, so you can just do, I think the selector is something like to-do list, I think. And then we can assert, that the count, for example, of our item is equivalent to 1. So if we do dot should, and then again, you've got access to all of these different, assertion types. So we could just say it should equal to, sorry, not equal, but we should assert the length actually. Have length, yeah. And then we should say that the item is equivalent to 1. So as you can see here, because we only have 1 items on our list, then, our assertion is passing. And then the great thing as well, so if there's any failures on our test, Cypress will, wait for a while, and then in one of their, in one of the latest version, you can actually go straight from the test runner to your editor of your choice. So it tells you, the line number as to where the error occurred, the actual error, and then if you click this will just redirect you straight to the test runner. So again, it's really, really helpful. And that's about it. I hope that, by showing you this quick demo, you can see, just as quickly how, how quick and how easy it is to get up and running with Cypress. If you want to find out more, about Cypress, there's a few blogs that I've, written, or, you can just always, like connect with me as well on, Twitter, or just fill in like the contact form on my blog, and I'll be happy to help you with any of your Cypress queries. And apologies if my daughter was slightly disturbing.
No, it was a really very interesting presentation, and it is very useful for many attendees. I would like to remind one time more that our attendees can have for a few minutes
Yeah.
live Q&A with you in our Teams channel. After these sessions, there are few questions in the chat, but it is better to discuss details via Teams channel.
Okay, yep, I'll join the team's chat afterwards. But yeah, again, thank you for having me, and yeah, really, really great that you're all doing this.
Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you so much. Bye.
And now we are expecting our next guest, and it is again Krasi Tsonev. Welcome again, Krasi.
Hey guys, can I just really quick say that Mari is a hero? Just doing a presentation with a kid is, yeah, pretty
You need
challenging.
to learn some lessons from Mari.
Definitely.
So please go ahead, because we already had Q&A with you. Probably already all our attendees know who are you, but yes, it is up to you how to manage your self-intro.
Yeah, awesome. I hope you see my screen. If you don't, just interrupt me. Yeah, so I'm Krasimir Tsonev. My talk is titled "We Are All Hemingway." I write JavaScript, pretty much. That's what I do. I work as a front-end engineer in this company called Antidote.me. We are in the digital healthcare sector. We use React. My examples in this presentation are React-based. Hope this is not a problem for you. Even if you don't, even if you didn't use React so far, it's completely fine. I think it's still easy to take the examples. Okay, so with this pandemic situation, I'm spending lots of time just doing some stuff like at home, for example. I used to run before. We have a deal with my wife that I take care for the dishes, and while I'm doing all these things, my brain is basically not doing anything. So I decided to listen a lot of stuff, and I started listening books from Audible. Mainly non-technical books, because yeah, I want to take some other spend some time in other activities. And being out there myself, I have written 4 books. I decided that I'll write my own novel. And because this is pretty challenging for someone that never actually wrote something so long, I decided to approach this problem as I'm approaching every single problem in my daily job, to basically read a tutorial about it. So I started listening books on how to write books. And it came out that these people, the authors of these famous books like Stephen King and Hemingway, they actually have pretty good advices for young writers, and some of these advices actually match some problems in programming. And if you look at this graph, we can see that the time when the first novel was written, the time of the first program, there is this huge gap. And probably all this time, these people that write novels, they have something to say about writing. So today I'm going to share what I found useful for me as a programmer based on books about writing novels. Similar talk was done by Jane Creighton, and she was actually kind of the inspiration for this presentation. So if you like it, you probably want to see her presentation as well. So the first and the very big problem when you're writing something is the blank page syndrome. This is when you open a file and you have no idea what to do, how to deal with this. So here's what Hemingway says about writing. Write about what you know. And this is something which I repeat myself every time when I'm just starting a new thing. Let's say that we have this component. It's we know how it should look like. This is a fetch component. We have to write it. It doesn't exist. But we have a URL and we have a fallback. Fallback is another component which we just render when the data is not there. And yeah, the endpoint. And then we have this data when, I guess, when the data comes in, you just render this title. So how to do this? If you don't have experience with React, if you don't have experience with writing such logic, how to deal with this? If you say write what you know, you probably start with just a simple component and you just render the fallback. Because if you actually write React, if you work as a React developer, or if you're just starting with React, you probably know how to render stuff. So you just write what you know. You render the fallback. Then you move forward and you say, sure, I probably have some data to get. I have no idea how to get the data, but I know some React stuff. So I'll just use state hook. I'll just make this variable data, and I'll just render, send it to the children if the data is there. Otherwise, I render the fallback. Again, write what you know, right? And then you probably have to read a bit about how to make requests to endpoints, how to get data, if it's JSON, how to get the actual JSON data, and probably have to read about use effect. This is how one of the ways to make asynchronous stuff in React components. So you just do this, and then our component is kind of wrapped up. So every time when you're hitting this wall by not knowing how to start, just start by making small steps, stuff that you know, and then the good part of this is that you actually start finding some questions that you didn't know exist before. Because if you don't make any step further, you can't actually know what you don't know. So it's better to just start with the stuff that you know. And then it comes to complexity, because when you start writing a lot, at some point you have a lot of things to deal with. And there is this complexity of your implementation, which, yeah, it's complex. Everything becomes complex. And if you're going to take something from this presentation, I want to be this white, and specifically the last sentence. So here's what King says. When you're writing a story, you're telling yourself a story. When you rewrite, you're taking out all the things that are not the story. So think, when you're writing something, always ask yourself, is this part of the story? If it's not part of the story, then I should just kill it from here and move it in some other place, or maybe just not even write it. So if we move forward with the same example with the catch component, we know that there is no error handling here. And we receive a ticket about, hey, this is working, but what happens if there is an error? Here is a message to render if something goes wrong. So what you do is you probably just reserve another space for the error, and you say, yeah, catch, set error, you update the error variable, this triggers a new re-render, and then you have the error. And then you have to render a message, and you render it. You just say if error, and you just print out something. And if you ask yourself, is this part of the story of this component, you realize that no, it's not, because this component is not about copy, it's not about handling the error, it's about getting the data and letting other part of the system that they're letting know the other part of the system that there is an error. So this is definitely not part of the story. What you can do is just to check if there's an error and basically send the error out to the children function. So this is really, really the best thing that's happened to me as a programmer last year, is finding this space, this goat, really. Ask yourself all the time, is this part of the story that I'm writing at the moment? If it doesn't fit, it's probably not for this part of your application. Maybe you have to move it. And I personally very often just delete stuff, because I ask myself, is this part of the story? And then here's the question. If I have this kind of tool in my tool set, how I should know that something is not part of the story if I don't have experience? And experience comes with, of course, a lot of work and stuff, but we can get something from these famous writers, and here's what Hemingway says. When I was writing, it was necessary for me to read. And I can't stress this enough. You have to read in order to write, especially if you are this is absolutely true for writers of any kind of books. You have to read, because when you read, you actually expand your dictionary. You know how to express your thinking. You start getting different frameworks in your head. You start getting different expressions and stuff. You can't actually get this experience with just writing your own code, because you don't have any other points of view. So you have to read the code of others, and I'm not talking about the code of your co-workers, of your colleagues, because you have to do code reviews, but you're looking at the same code base every single day, and sometimes it's difficult to spot the really cool things. I learned a lot by just reading some of the interesting of the stuff like React, for example. Here's a piece of code which, if you write React, if you use Redux, you probably know what this is. And at some point, I was interested in this connect function, what exactly it does. So I jump into implementation. I spend some time. It always takes time, and sometimes it takes a lot of time because some of these code bases are huge. But I found this piece of code there where you have a function, and then you pass a component here, and then you render the same component, but just pass another just stuff to it. And I was really thinking, this is really cool. So I started experimenting with this. I wrote a couple of articles. I even made my own library. I even gave my own name of this thing. And when I shared this to the people in the Twitter, for example, they said, dude, this is hardware component pattern. It's here for ages. You just found it, but it's like really for years people using it. And this was my way of finding it. So read the code of others. Here's one other example. I think this pattern was first introduced to me in the React router library, but I think this is a better example at the moment. This is the Formic library, and use this pattern of function is child components, where you don't really render a React component or markup. You pass a function as like in a JSX expression to this component, and then inside this component uses it. So how this works? I mean, some people actually see that this is something that I use every day, but do you know how it's actually implemented? And if you jump into Formic, you see that, sure, we have the children prop coming to Formic component, and then we just call this function passing a bunch of stuff. So this is how it works. It's really simple, and it's really simple pattern. And now when you know it, you can use it in some other cases. And there's no way to find out this without reading, or maybe reading a tutorial, but it's much more fun to just dig into the code of others and find other patterns, kind of expand your dictionary, your tool set. It gets really interesting. Okay, and at the end, I want to wrap up with the question, who is the reader? This is really important if you're writing a book, especially if you want to kind of get financial benefits from a book. You have to kind of target the book to people. I agree, sometimes it's just, I want to write my things, and if someone wants to read them, fine. If not, yeah, fuck it. But some people actually want to be writers, and they want to do this for a living, which means that you have to kind of think how to sell your book. When you're writing code, is kind of similar. You have to ask yourself, I'm writing these things, but who is going to read them? And the thing is that it's not you. King says, write with the door closed, rewrite with the door open, which means that when you're first writing something, this is something that you write for yourself, but then when you push the PR to your colleagues, then the code is not for you, it's for other people. Even it's for you, but you're tomorrow's you, because after a couple of days, you don't really follow what you're writing. Even Hemingway said once that every single first draft is a shit. So every time when you start writing something, the very first draft is always bad. So here's an example. It's a bit long. You don't have to focus on it to really understand it. I'll just say that ignore this part for a bit, the action prop on the form. We have this component called get email. You pass a callback. You pass an error, and then you just render some UI to get the email from the user by typing something, submitting. Probably the form submits the request to external service to register the user. So it's kind of trivial example. So the first thing that you can do is to think about who is the reader. It's not you. So you could make a really simple improvement of this component by just looking at the component from the outside. That's how I'm doing it very often. I'm just looking at my stuff from the outside. If someone's want to use this thing, it probably sees just the API. It's a bit earlier to think about the implementation inside. So from the outside, this component is not about getting the email of the user because it's making a request to the endpoint. It's actually registering the user. So you better just call it register, not get email. Then the callback, sure, it's probably a function. We all know that callback, this naming is used for a function. But what this function does, you have no idea. You better call it just on success. The error is not really clear. Is this a function or it's an object or whatever? You probably just call it on error, which means you start just guessing just from the name that this is a function that will be called when there is an error. Then when you go inside and when you start reading, this value is not actually the value. This is the email of the user which is using the component. So why not just call it an email? It will be much easier when you read the rest of the component just to see, oh yeah, email, then yeah, it's clear. Then you move forward, and there's this asynchronous logic inside, which is really briefly just like making requests. If it fails, checks the error. If it's something on the server, which means it's not my responsibility, I'm just retrying, and it's making the request again. So this is, I mean, I totally write such code, but this thing is not really good at the moment because you could spot a couple of bugs. What you can do is to just identify the things that this piece is doing, and you just extract them into two different functions: making a request, handling the error. If there's an error, again, making a request. And it gets much easier, and you'll probably understand it better tomorrow, and your colleagues as well. So yeah, when you're writing something, think about the reader. It's not you, it's the people in your company, it's the community. Make the things clear, simple, yeah, easy to understand. If you like this presentation, I'll suggest to check these 5 books. If you're interested in writing whatever, especially the first 2 books, they're just about writing, makes sense, just about writing anything, even documentation. Yeah, that's it from me. This is my Twitter handle. The slides are available here if you want to check them. And yeah, thank you. Stop sharing. Do I stop sharing? Yeah. I hope you like it. It was a bit quick, or maybe not. I don't know. I was speaking too fast.
It was perfect. So thank you very much for this session. And our attendees will be able to have a live Q&A with you.
Yeah, I'll jump on the meeting now.
Thank you again for joining. And
thank you for having me.
I will be glad if you are able also to find some time to enjoy the conference. And of course, we will invite you again for our other events.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Michel.
Thank you.
See ya. Bye-bye.
So, hello, Slobodan. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
It is something which will be really interesting for our attendees. So our next guest is from Serbia, and he will talk about GraphQL. And yes, Slobodan, probably it's good if you are able to say some words for you and to go ahead with your presentation. And again, thank you very much for coming. I think that your presentation will bring huge value for our event.
Thank you very much. Can you just confirm that you can see my screen?
Yep. No.
Perfect. No.
Now it's fine.
Oh, okay. Perfect. So thank you very much. I'll start. The previous talk was about stories, so I'll continue with that. Basically, every story is a hero, right? But not all the heroes are the same. Some are like Marvel movie heroes, and some are just the ordinary people. In this case, our hero today is just the ordinary developer. He works on a small team on a mid-size applications, and most of the time he loves his job, but sometimes he does something that he don't like. For example, sends a test push notification to thousands of customers. Well, one day his boss came with a new assignment. They need to build a new complex application, and our hero loves these kind of assignments, but they have a short deadline, really short. It needs to be done basically yesterday, and it needs to be scalable and real time. Well, our hero is a bit afraid because he never built that kind of application that fast, so he's wondering how to do that. Fortunately, his boss has a solution. He hired a famous consultant to help him out with the app architecture, and our hero is really happy. And then after a few meetings, few hours with the consultant, they had like a solution, just use Kubernetes. But there was a big problem. Our hero don't know anything about Kubernetes, and he's wondering what should he do. He started asking himself if he's not good enough for this or things like this. And of course, as many of us, he went to his computer, spent a sleepless night trying to learn new things with his fellow sidekick, Rubber Duck. And in the middle of the night, his fellow sidekick started talking, and it said, "You should try serverless GraphQL." What serverless GraphQL? But I guess that's a topic of our today's story. We'll talk about the power of serverless GraphQL. But before we do that, let me introduce myself. I'm Slobodan Stojanovic. I'm from Serbia, and I'm CTO and partner of Cloud Horizon and Vacation Tracker. Vacation Tracker is our product that is fully serverless, and we use GraphQL. We help people manage their leaves in companies. I wrote a book about serverless apps with Node.js with my friend Alexander Simovic. The book was published by Manning Publications, and I'm also AWS Serverless Hero. You can see the content I'm writing about serverless on my website. It's slobodan.me. So let's go back to our topic, the power of serverless GraphQL. So what's GraphQL? Well, some of you might remember that Mark Zuckerberg in 2012 said that their biggest mistake was betting too much on HTML. These were the early days of HTML5. And you might remember that Facebook is a popular social network. They have some kind of news feed with stories and comments and many other things. And in 2012, they basically had a mobile app, which was a web view with HTML and CSS, basically HTML application inside. And whenever they want to fetch new stories, they basically got HTML from their server. But the problem was that mobile apps at that moment and mobile phones at that moment were not that good. So this was breaking often and crashing. So they were not happy with HTML5. And they decided to rewrite this application to native app. So the big challenge that they had was fetching the data. So they're not able to fetch HTML anymore. They can use REST or Facebook query language, but the problem is that they get the data that they really don't need inside the application. So the team was really frustrated with the data difference between the data they wanted and the data that server returned to them. So they tried to build something new, a concept where you can ask the server for the data that the app needs, and the server can return that. And they built GraphQL. It was open sourced in 2015. And for GraphQL, you can say, for example, that you want the user with certain ID, you want only the name and a few other things for that user, such as profile picture, friend connections, just the first 5 and things like these. And server will return JSON in exactly the same structure. Well, GraphQL is really cool because when you start working with GraphQL, you need to define a data shape. You define what data can your GraphQL fetch and return to you. Then everything is hierarchical, so you can use multiple sources, and GraphQL will know how to return the data to you. It's strongly typed, which means that GraphQL can validate if you're requesting the right data and things like these. It's a protocol, not a storage, which means that you can use any kind of database behind, or multiple databases, or some third-party APIs, whatever you want. It's interesting, means that you can ask GraphQL for that data shape, and it can tell you what it can return to you, in which format and things like these. And it's version free, because if you add few new fields, it will not affect your existing clients, because you're asking just for things that you really need. So without GraphQL, if you want to pull the data from multiple sources, you need to send multiple requests. For example, one to SQL database, then maybe another one to some MySQL, NoSQL database, and finally maybe to some third-party API. And then you need to combine that data on the client side. With GraphQL, instead, you can send one query. It will get the data and return one, basically one response with combined data. When you start with GraphQL, you define types, and then you define some schema. Schema will define what people can get from that GraphQL server. Then you need to tell GraphQL how to resolve these queries. For example, it can run some SQL query to get some part of data, or some web request, HTTP request, and things like this. And then when a client sends some query, GraphQL will parse it just to see that everything is written correctly. Then it will validate it against these types, and finally it will run that query. And when it gets the result, you will receive the result as a JSON in the format that you requested. Of course, you can do queries, which will allow you to get the data from the server side, but you can also do mutations. It's basically like post or put request. You're changing the data somewhere on the server or adding new things. And finally, you can do by GraphQL. GraphQL allows you to do some kind of real-time subscriptions, and our hero really likes this. So understand what GraphQL is, but what's this serverless thing, and why is that important? Well, you can deploy your GraphQL using Kubernetes, of course, but there's an easier way. If you just deploy your GraphQL and you manage infrastructure, you still need to think about this. And now you have a single bottleneck, which is basically that GraphQL server. You need to scale this, you need to monitor this, and make sure that this works all the time, even if you have a large number of customers. But if you make this serverless, then someone else, for example, AWS, will make sure that this is always available and scalable. And even better, you'll pay only if someone is using this part of the application. Basically, what's serverless? Serverless is like the same. So with Wi-Fi or wireless, there are still wires somewhere in the background, but you don't care about them. You don't need to have that wire with yourself when you're using a Wi-Fi on your phone. It's the same with serverless. There are servers somewhere else, but someone else is managing them, and you just use this. You just run your functions or use these services without really caring about that anymore. Well, this sounds really cool, but how can I make my GraphQL app serverless? If you're using AWS, you can do that manually, but you need to learn API gateway, then some Lambda functions and many other things. But there's a better way. There's a product called AppSync. Okay, what's AppSync? AppSync is basically a managed service that uses GraphQL to make it easy for applications to get exactly the data that they need. So it's basically managed GraphQL. It's more than that, but that's the important part. So our hero can use GraphQL to deploy his app faster. Well, okay, how? Well, there are a few steps that you need to do. First, define your GraphQL schema, then automatically provision DynamoDB, that's a database in AWS, data sources, connect resolvers, and write GraphQL queries and mutations, and finally, just connect that to your application. This sounds scary, but there are just a few things that you need to do, and you'll have your first API. It's really easy. Let's try to do that. So our hero get back to his computer and tried to spend like a few hours to build his first API. He found a tool called Amplify, which is AWS Amplify is a command line tool that allows you to easily build these GraphQL APIs. So he ran Amplify init, then he added API, and finally he pushed some result. And he had his first simple API. He defined his schema, and everything was working. So he spent like a week, and he built a prototype of his application, and he was really happy and decided to show that to a consultant. But consultant said that there's a problem with this. This needs to be real time. Can your app with Amplify can be real time? Well, We mentioned GraphQL subscriptions, and Amplify and AppSync will allow you to do that out of the box. You just need to add a few lines of text to your GraphQL schema, for example, AWS subscribe mutation add post or something like that, and subscriptions will be enabled automatically. Whoa, cool, that's nice, but it also needs to be scalable. We mentioned that serverless apps are scalable by default, but if you're talking about like these real-time connections, then someone did a load test for 10 million parallel requests. Actually, not requests, but 10 million parallel subscriptions, and it was working perfectly fine. And you pay only for things that you really use. So you have this out of the box. If there's a quick peak in your application, everything will scale automatically for you. So it's scalable. Okay, but what if you need search functionality? How does that work? Well, AppSync supports Amazon Elasticsearch, which is basically Elasticsearch that will allow you to do fuzzy or keyword searches and many other things. Okay, that sounds cool, but how do you connect to some external apps and data sources? You can do that by writing some function called AWS Lambda function and returning the data from that function to AppSync, and then AppSync will know how to resolve that later. Nice. But what about roles and permissions? Can you do something about that, or do you need that to manage that manually? Well, there are many things that you can do out of the box. You can protect your API via API key, or put part of your AWS account, allow part of AWS account to access this AWS AppSync GraphQL API. You can use OpenID Connect if you have that, or you can use some kind of user database called Cognito User Pools. Okay, nice. But I guess this is still complex for the front end, right? Well, actually, it's not. AWS Amplify has a set of really nice front end libraries, including React, Vue, and a few other frameworks, and also native apps. And it also can generate automatically some code for you, including queries, mutations, subscriptions, and also types if you're using TypeScript. And of course, that's not all. It can do many more things like caching and offline data synchronization and many other things. Okay, but how do you test this kind of application? Well, it depends on your approach. It's good to have end-to-end tests for sure, but you can do unit tests and many other things, of course. And you can run your application locally using that AWS Amplify tool that we mentioned. Okay, but what if we need some complex architecture like CQRS? You can do that too. We are doing that for vacation trackers. So we basically use GraphQL mutation to store some data to some DynamoDB table, and then in the background that events are basically running through some event bridge, and then through our business logic. When the data is processed, we store them to read on the table and send subscription to our users. And then whenever you need to read the data, you just use simple query that reads from the other table. The code in this box is not written by us, it's managed fully by AppSync. So yeah, you can do many cool things. And then our consultant gave up. He became serverless GraphQL guru. And our hero became a hero of this story. He managed to build the complex application in the short timeline, and everyone was happy. So let's do a quick summary to wrap up. Basically, GraphQL makes your front-end and back-end connection effortless. If you use AppSync and serverless GraphQL, that makes your GraphQL management effortless, and serverless GraphQL makes you a superhero. That's it from me. You can follow me on Twitter. If you like the presentation, there's a long version of this presentation as an article. It takes like maybe 20 minutes to read it, but people like it so far. You can find that on my website. If you go to slam.me/articles, there will be that article available. So that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Slobodan. And again, one notification for our attendees. You can have live Q&A with Slobodan using Teams meeting now, and you can ask him everything. Slobodan, thank you one time more again, and I will be really inspired from your attendance for our next conferences. You are very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll be in Microsoft Teams. Thanks for having me. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. And now we have another interesting guest. We will talk with Martin Tatar. Hello, Martin.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, even I can see you, and our attendees already can see you. So thank you very much for joining.
Thanks. Let me just turn off Microsoft Teams here on the background because it's a little slow for me. There we go. All right. Hey, thanks for having me. How's the day going? I saw a full schedule. I see a bunch of sponsors. Looks like a lot of fun. I've shared some of the sessions on LinkedIn.
Yes, I think that for now everything is even better than we expected. Today we have one track with mostly Q&A and lighting talks, but tomorrow we will have the full-size conference with 5 tracks, and yes, we had a lot of work. But again, welcome for joining this conference now. Probably only people from Microsoft community know who is Martin Tatar, but this conference is actually technology agnostic. I mean, it is related to JavaScript, but it covers different implementations and different connected frameworks. So we have people from different communities worldwide. So it will be great, probably, if you say some words. Who are you and how actually you help our community? Because yes, we have your support, and I really appreciate this.
Great. Would love to. So, and I'll post a couple links on the YouTube live chat if you want to follow that for the links that I'm going to talk about. But so my name is Martin Tatar. I'm currently at Microsoft as a community program manager, and you can hear the word community. If you go to the JSTalks main website today, you can also see in the first sentence it says it's a community event. So I really want to stress the importance of the word community. The word community brings us all together in our shared passions, whether that's a technical community, or I like to say, whether you like to play sports or something in your local neighborhood, all those are communities. So it's really great to see everyone. And like Mihai mentioned, it's agnostic. So there's different communities. At Microsoft, we're also open and friendly to all the communities, even open source. And I do want to share with you a website. I'm putting it in the chat there. That's our tech community website. So this is the website at Microsoft for everyone in terms of technical communities. And then what do I specifically do? I work with 2 programs, and these are our community programs called the Microsoft Most Valuable Professional Program and the Microsoft Regional Director Program. And you can see today at the event, there's many speakers from both of these programs. I also put reference links to these 2 programs if you would like to look at them. If you're interested in learning more about them, I'm happy to for you to find me on LinkedIn, and we can chat more offline. But essentially, quickly in 4 words, the 2 community programs are Microsoft ambassadors. And as I mentioned, at this event and tomorrow's schedule, I see a lot of great folks and people I know speaking. So attend their events. I enjoy their events. I always learn something. And additionally, I have to mention GitHub, right? So we also have a community program in GitHub called GitHub Stars, and this is an open source community. So there's a place for you in case you're not a Microsoft friend. That's okay. We embrace all the technologies. And if you want to follow us on Twitter as well, we have a Microsoft developer community specifically aligned to CEE. Also dropping that link in. But if you want to learn more, happy to sync up with you, connect with me, as I mentioned, and we can look at how to do some events. But yeah, Mihai, anything I missed?
Yes, you missed to say some things about you. What will be interesting for our attendees is actually to know a little bit more about you, how you started to contribute for the community, because I really appreciate that you are enthusiastic and you really like what to do.
Yeah, great. So in my personal life, I'm a big rock climber and alpinist, and I go on a lot of climbing expeditions, and that's where I got a sense of community from these expeditions. You really need to work as a team, and I wanted to translate that into my professional life at work. And I was before in the enterprise space working with customers and selling software and services at Microsoft. And I felt like that's not something that really excites me, because I like to work with people. I like to work with teams, in the personal life. So I'd like to find a way to also do that in my professional life. And then I slowly got involved with a team at Microsoft called DX, Developer Evangelist. This was back in the day, but then it slowly transitioned into me working with these ambassador programs. And really what I try to do is connect people in the program, whether it's MVPs or regional directors, to other people at Microsoft and help them in their projects or community goals, whether that's, events, setting up events, or helping them, be more visible or amplifying their content.
Actually, not everyone of our attendees knows about these programs. I mean that many people in LinkedIn ask me if I can find them a job in Microsoft because of this label, Member of Regional Director Program. So probably you can explain with few words what exactly this means.
Yeah, so Microsoft Regional Director, as I mentioned, is a community program, so it's not actually Microsoft employees. The title can get a little confusing at times, but it's more so, a person or ambassador, just like Mihai, that's working with Microsoft, but not for Microsoft. And then there's several ways. If you are interested in getting a job at Microsoft, I can help you or point you to the right resources. If you're interested in becoming more of a community member and still doing what you do, what you love, then I'm also able to help you with that. But yeah, there's a little bit of a difference. So don't confuse that. But just one more thing I want to mention. A year ago, I was with Mihal in person. We did 2 events, and I really enjoyed meeting everyone in Bulgaria in person. I'm missing it this year, but it's exciting to be here and also to see this in a hybrid format.
And I'm aware that you will be able to come next year.
Of course.
Probably in person.
I would love to. So currently, we're not allowed to travel, but whenever it opens up, it's going to be one of the first stops.
And probably in the end, what you would like to wish to our attendees for this conference this year?
Yeah, definitely. So I would, like to just point out, like I mentioned at the beginning of the call, whether you have a product or service, think of the users, think of the community. So either develop a community around the product or service. That's how you will get them excited. So don't just, develop a product or service to, make money off of it, but develop it so that a certain set of users, whether it's a community or, user persona, can benefit from it and can use it. So think of the community, and also think of developing a community program of your own. So if you are designing a product or selling a service, think of, can I have a community around this and have the community, spread the love and word and give me feedback on how I'm doing, etc. So think of how you can integrate, friends from your community into what you do. And also network. It's a cliche, network, but the more people you meet at this event, even though it's online, right, you can still meet a lot of people, and then you can work with them. Maybe you'll have shared interests or passions.
So thank you very much for everything and for the support during last years, and hope you also will enjoy this conference.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. I'm going to try to attend tomorrow. I think I'll do one more thing today. And, happy to, again, connect with you. Find me on LinkedIn. I'll put it in the chat. And also happy to do a session next time, maybe a longer one, specifically around maybe some steps on how to develop a community.
It will be really very useful and great for this event if you can do that.
Yeah, I would love to. So we can sync offline. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Have fun.
Thank you for coming. We're waiting few more seconds for our next guest. So please be patient, just few seconds. Hello again. I'm very glad that we have now here at JSTalks also Kalin Dimchev, who is General Manager of Microsoft, not only for Bulgaria, but also for some other countries in the region. So welcome, Kalin.
Thank you, Mikhail. Hello, everybody, and I'm really glad to join this conference.
Thank you very much for your time, and it will be very interesting for our attendees actually to understand why such kind of huge company like Microsoft with so many technologies also pay attention on JavaScript web technologies and open source, and why they also support our event and similar initiatives in the region.
Well, as probably everybody know, we are constantly updating and improving our platforms and the technologies that we use, and especially in the cloud era, a lot of the things that we do, we need try to be as much open as possible to different technologies and different platforms. This is why we have expanded in the past many years, we have expanded to different technologies and different platforms. That's why for us, JS is important, and it's a part of our supported portfolio. And a lot of the things that our partners and our customers use is connected to this technology.
And actually, you were probably the first general manager of Microsoft 3 or 4 years ago when you joined the company in this position, who invited people from community at one event, exactly in this tech park, as I remember. So what is your personal consideration that community is very important?
I am sure that the only way to build growth in the technological sector is to look wide on the market, including the community. So this is not a secondary or something on top of what we have in terms of customer needs, business uses, projects, applications, and other business related things, but this is actually the heart of how all this originates, from specific teams, for specific people, for specific knowledge. And in that part, we as Microsoft are very much focused on investing into building skills, getting to know what are the needs and the challenges in the communities, and also connecting the different parts, because again, this is an ecosystem which the community for the different areas are very important, actually very big in Bulgaria. Me working in 24 markets, I can say that I'm proud that we have the second biggest community after Ukraine in the region I work for, and we have other bigger countries like Slovenia, like the Baltics, like Croatia, which those communities are smaller in terms of numbers. But in brief, I think this overall ecosystem support communication and aligning and getting together the different stakeholders is extremely important for the overall development.
What you can wish our attendees for this event this year, I mean JSTalks 2020?
I wish all the attendees to hear a lot of new and exciting stuff, both in terms of technologies, but also from the achievements of the companies and the teams that are presenting today. So I'm sure looking at the schedule and the titles that you're already doing this, And I wish you a lot of luck in these difficult times and personal health and happiness in everything that you approach.
Thank you very much. It is really important for us to have your presence here. Thank you for the time and hope that you also will enjoy our event.
Thank you, Mikhail. Very glad. Bye to
Thank
everybody.
you. Bye-bye. And now we have another interesting guest, Minku Getchev. Probably everyone knows Minku Getchev. Minku started Sofia JS community and Beer.js from the beginning. So I'm really glad that he started this initiative. Doesn't matter that now we are more active because Minku is mostly in California, but now we have this good chance to have Minku at JSTalks, and probably you will be able to learn a little bit more about Minku, because we know him like expert, like speaker, like Google expert, like person who wrote several books on Angular, like person with 2 Jonathan Assuf awards, but not so much about the person Minku.
Thank you very much, Misha. Really happy
welcome. Welcome, Minku. So probably you can just share some things about how you started, what inspired you, what kind of challenges you met, and why you support community.
Sure, yeah. So I started my very first job from which I was making money by creating Silverlight components. And we saw that Silverlight was like not growing significantly. So we decided to move to just JavaScript components that we were building with jQuery. And back then, I started by reading a lot of JavaScript books around, and probably one of the most impactful ones for me was the one by Stoyan Stefanov, Object-Oriented JavaScript and JavaScript Patterns, his 2 books. So Stoyan is another Bulgarian developer who, until recently, worked on at Facebook on their web performance division. Now he's doing something else. And I started looking for local JavaScript community. I knew that there was the Java user group, Juk, and there was also a large Microsoft community, but there was nothing around JavaScript. Well, actually there was. I just didn't know about all the cool events that you were organizing, jQuery Bulgaria and the meetups there. But anyway, so I started Sofia JS in Init Lab at the first time, and we started hosting pretty much monthly events. After that, I changed jobs. I continued doing JavaScript and Angular. And after going to San Francisco, I saw that they have a Beer.js meetup. And it was a really casual event. Everyone was pretty much like talking about their passions. And I found this as a really good way to socialize more and also to meet like-minded people. So I started organizing Beer.js, and from there, a little bit after that, I guess, I met you, and Beer.js started growing into the Beer.js Summer Summits. So it's something much more special now, much less scheduled.
I think that we met even earlier in 2013 when you were speaker at some of our events. But yes, during this time, I understood also about Beer.js and Sophia.js, and that was the reason to know each other. So, what kind of challenges you had in your experience? Different kind of challenges related to technology and also community management and leadership.
Yeah, around community management. So I guess the challenges were mostly coming from my side. I was passionate about, let's say I was passionate about technology on 60% and 40% about organizing and building a community. So I was not as active as I wish I was. I was pushing a lot of code on GitHub, and I was finding this really interesting. But I could have been a little bit more active on the community part of things. So that's why at a certain point, I just needed more support from other folks who had more time to spare on organizing some community events. On technology part of things, I wouldn't say I have had any particular major challenges. It was mostly around. Well, I guess I had some. So, for example, I wasn't able to find a list of best practices for Angular, so I tried to solve this challenge by creating such a list and working on it with the community. And I had some other challenges that I tried to solve with tools that I later developed and pushed on GitHub. But there was nothing in particular that was preventing me from making progress, I guess.
And you are one of the speakers with several sessions tomorrow, actually 3, around Angular and related technologies. Can you provide some insights? What can expect from you, our attendees tomorrow?
Sure, yeah. I think tomorrow I'm starting with a talk that I recorded with James Daniels from the Firebase team, which is building a scalable web application with Angular and Firebase. There, we're going to go through the process of pretty much building a Kanban board by using just Angular, the Angular component development kit, material, and Firebase. So we're going to have some persistent state that we're going to host in Firestore, and we're going to deploy the application to Firebase hosting just by using the Angular CLI. This is something that we're going to do in, I would say, less than 20 minutes, but yeah. So this is not a live session, it's pre-recorded, which means that I'm very confident this time with my live coding and with my demo. The next session is about the state of Angular. So since currently I'm leading Angular development,
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, IMDogs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IT platform deployed there as well. So we listened closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings as well as logistics. I hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I can see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me. 'Cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
All right. What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? And here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. The ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте! Аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, в супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Бихте ли се представила и също така да ни кажете няколко думи за компанията?
Здравейте отново! Ние сме сега с един много интересен гост, представител на бургаското IT Community, Валю Руселийски. Здравей, Валю! Не те чуваме. Все още не те чуваме. Най-вероятно имаш различно устройство, конфигурирано за микрофон. Имаме лек технически проблем с микрофона на Валю. След няколко секунди предполагам, че ще успеем да решим този въпрос и да продължим нашата интересна Q&A сесия с него. Валю, много слабо те чуваме. Много е слабо. Нещо да направим, ако трябва слушалки някакви служи. Виж какво си сложил в устройствата там. Хедсет, където са ти... Да нямаш нещо различно всъщност. И другото, което е Settings, където имаш зъбното колело в Restream. Там може да ти е избрано нещо друго. В Restream четвъртият ти бутон, най-десния, като кликнеш за аудио input и output, трябва да имаш, ако си слушалките, там headset, whatever, каквото трябва. Пак е слабо. Не можеш ли на компютъра, където ти е звука, да си увеличиш headset?
Така, сега...
Така е добре.
Оцелихме.
Сега е това.
Оцелихме го добре.
Хедсета го махам. Виждам те. Много рядко влизам в такива онлайн вебинари, в които аз да съм лице, което участва в вебинара, затова не ми е настроен сета. Извинявам се на всички.
Важното е, че успяхме да решим техническия проблем и отново сме лайв с теб, Валю. Може би много хора те познават, но за тези, които не те познават, всъщност Валю Русалийски е човека, който може би най-много контрибютва в IT комюнитито в Бургас. Ние сме организирали заедно BeerJS в Бургас, както си спомняш, преди 2 години и разни други събития. И
много интересни.
Наистина много оценяваме твоето съдействие за развитието на IT комюнитито в региона, в Бургас и около Бургас. И много се радваме, че сега ти си наш гост на JSTalks, сега виртуално и утре и физически. Валю пътува за София и утре ще бъде на нашия ивент като гост на място. Валю, аз исках да те питам няколко неща, които питам наши гости, известни като лектори, комюнити лидери, за които хората са чували, но не знаят много детайли. Всъщност, кога ти си почнал да се занимаваш с информационни технологии и какво те влече да подкрепеш комюнитито? Аз даже не знам кога за първи път ти си почнал да подкрепяш това комюнити с конференции, юзер групи и какво ли не, но ти правиш много неща.
Утре един от лекторите в утрешния ден, Светлин Наков, правихме миналата година, той прави една лекция, на която присъствах и той се пошегува с мен, че може би съм писал по-дълго код, отколкото той е живял. На афтърпартито решихме да уточним. Оказа се, че водя с 1 година. Така че, да, започнал съм да пиша код асемблер на процесор 6800 и то, искам да подчертая, с дебъгване на кода в машината и с трейспойнти, с трасиране. Инструкция по инструкция и с брекпойнти от 79-та. Разбира се, това беше просто асемблер. От тогава до сега много се промениха нещата. Аз бях студент и имах щастливата възможност да работя на такава моторолска машина, която, за разлика от сегашните, там дебъгването ставаше с хардуерна емулация на процесора. Но той беше 1 МГц, така че никакъв проблем дори за електрониката на онова време да го емулира.
Много малко хора, извинявай, че прекъсвам, много малко хора наистина са видели подобни неща, така че предполагаме много интересно.
Архивен съм, почти динозавър. Познавам ги поименно всичките. Колкото до за комюнитетата, може би утре ще поговорим по-подробно, но аз съм израснал в комюнити, вярно от друг тип. Още от дете и като ученик бях член на радиоклуб Бургас, така че с комюнити съм израснал и това ми е част от невъзпитанието, част от същността ми. А в IT-то комюнитетата са най-важното нещо за всеки един девелопер. Сам девелопер не е девелопер. Девелопер е девелопер в комюнити. И да, работата за комюнитито, отделянето на време, това нещо ти го знаеш чудесно, отделеното време, инвестираното време и усилия в работа за комюнитито се връщат многократно. Многократно се връщат обратно при човека, без той да прави нищо повече. Достатъчно е да дадеш от себе си.
Това ли е основното, което те влече всъщност в твоите дейности да подкрепеш комюнитито, или имаш и други мотиви, други причини, поради които правиш тези неща?
Не, главното е ясно осъзнатото ясно осъзнатия принцип, че при работа за комюнитито ти получаваш повече, отколкото даваш. Винаги. А освен това, това обогатява. Това е част от това, което ти се връща, разбира се, но обогатява много.
А какво мислиш за JSTalks? Ти си бил на тази конференция, няма да бъдеш за първи път.
JSTalks е конференция, която съм подкрепил, участвал съм. Аз не съм активен JSTalk девелопер. Разбира се, познавам езика, познавам и технологията, но не съм активен JSTalk девелопер. Обаче това е нещото, което има много бъдеще, защото потребителското изживяване още повече в условията на пандемия става изключително ключов момент в маркетинга и в въобще живота, жизненият цикъл на един продукт, свързан с уеба.
А какво можеш да посъветваш младите хора, които са тръгнали по този път? Защото ти имаш много богат опит, както разбрахме колко време си в IT индустрията.
Младите хора са изправени пред един такъв проблем. IT сферата като цяло е океан. Никога не плуваш в океана, плуваш винаги в едно от моретата му. Охотско, жълто, не знам си какво още. И при това си в океана. Пред младите хора стои дилемата кое комюнити, защото те не са малко, да изберат. И най-често комюнитата имат своя аура, имат своя аура. Примерно, тя е една на JSTalk, друга е на OpenFest, съвсем трета е на Java User Group, макар че тук това е мръсна дума. Може би...
Защо да е?
Шегувам се. Наистина, хората, които участват в комюнититата, придават аурата на комюнитито и нейното влияние в IT средите, а влияние отделните комюнитита имат. Дори Microsoft призна и влезе в неизползване в работа с комюнититата, особено в поддръжката. Те си ликвидираха почти един много мощен отдел и се облегнаха почти изцяло на общността около Windows Insider. И сега резултата е, че имаме повече наброй, от тогава имаме повече наброй апдейти. Дали е за добро, дай Боже, всеки сам ще прецени от собствения си опит. Но работата в комюнитетата изобщо е важна и за отделния девелопер, и за големите фирми.
Абсолютно съм съгласен с теб. А какво можеш ти да пожелаеш на участниците днес и утре в тази годишното издание на JSTalks?
Ако пропуснете, само ще загубите. Ако участвате, само ще спечелите. Така че печелете.
Благодаря ти, това е наистина едно чудесно пожелание и ще те чакаме утре, когато наживо отново ще имаме една Q&A сесия с теб и се надяваме да изкараме много добри моменти заедно.
Ще се видим утре.
Приятен ден!
Приятен! Чао!
Тук това компания, която се занимава с разработката на гейминг платформи и свързаните с тях игри. Като игрите, които правим, това са Scratch карти и слот машини. Офисът в България се намира в центъра на София и там е разположен Research and Development екипа, като ние разработваме бек-офис платформа, която позволява администрирането на игри, играчи и свързаните с тях множество процеси.
Какво искате да пожелаете на участниците в тази годишната конференция?
Пожелавам на първо място здраве, пожелавам да си повишат професионалните знания и умения и винаги да обичат професията си.
Какви са най-честите предизвикателства в работата и в частност по проекта, по който работите?
Разработвайки едно голямо приложение, което е Single Page Web Application, предизвикателствата, с които се срещаме и за които трябва да намерим решение, това е факта, че получаваме огромно количество данни, които трябва да запазим, обработим и покажем и същевременно да поддържаме високо качество на перформанс. Друго интересно предизвикателство е, че части от бек-офиса работят с live, real-time данни, т.е. ние апдейтваме голямо количество данни на живо и тук отново предизвикателството е търсенето и намирането на най-добрите архитектурни и технологични решения, за да може отново да поддържаме висок перформанс. Най-интересното предизвикателство, за което искам да разкажа, е това, че тази година пренаписахме клиента. Старият клиент беше написан на AngularJS, но с времето кода беше станал доста труден за разбиране, нечетим, отнемаше доста време за да се въведе нова функционалност или пък да се оправи даден проблем. Също и перформансът беше стигнал една критична точка. Затова компанията взе решение да пренапишем платформата, използвайки най-новите технологии. Ние се спряхме на Angular и NGRX. Това, което постигнахме и това, което се гордеем се като екип е, че за по-малко от година ние пренаписахме целия клиент и заменихме старата платформа с новата, без да правим никакви компромиси в качеството, в четимостта на кода, поддържайки също и висок код coverage на целия ни код. И тук трябва да кажа, че защо харесвам работата си в Анакатек. Това е защото фирмата вярва на своите служители и инвестира в качеството на своя продукт.
Какво е общото между JavaScript технологиите и вашите компетенции?
За бек-офис платформата се грижи екип от фронтенд девелопери. Интерфейса, който правим и поддържаме, е базиран основно на JavaScript и модерните JavaScript решения. Технологиите, които ползваме за разработката му и за поддържането на високото качество, това са Angular, TypeScript, NGRX, Narvel и Jest за писане на юнит тестове.
Защо вярвате, че е важно да се подкрепя JavaScript общността и в частност JSTalks конференцията?
Компанията и в частност нашия екип подкрепяме споделянето на знания и опит, а и се интересуваме от всякакви нови интересни решения. Фронтенд екипа ни постоянно следи за новостите около JavaScript и JavaScript решенията и ги прилага при първа възможност. Освен това, компанията вярва и инвестира в професионалното развитие на своите служители, както и в тяхната удовлетвореност.
Какво да очакват участниците в тази годишната конференция от вашата компания?
Това, което могат да очакват е виртуален щанд. Ще имаме логическа задача с томбола, като наградата ще е на 3 булет.
Тук сме с Сабина Панайотова, която е Employer Branding Manager на DraftKings. DraftKings е ново име. Много от нас знаят Сабина и много от нейните колеги от един друг бранд, всъщност добре познат, SBTech. И под бранда SBTech ние много се радваме, че компанията подкрепеше нашите събития още от начало. Аз имам щастието да работя с тях от 2012 година, а от 2015, когато всъщност направихме първия JSTalks, SBTech е основен партньор на нашите събития. Здравей, Сабина!
Здрасти!
Много ще е интересно, може би на всички наши участници, да разберат малко повече за DraftKings и как SBTech сега е DraftKings и какво всъщност е общото между тези компании и какво е всъщност общото между DraftKings и JSTalks.
Тъй като предполагам, че всички познават SBTech, поне всички, които са ходили някога на JSTalks, са имали възможност да се видят с нас. SBTech тази година направихме 10 години на пазара в България и малко след това беше през март месец, малко след това през април предприехме една доста голяма и важна крачка и всъщност се обединихме с DraftKings, които са най-големия щатски доставчик на спортни залагания и фентази спорт, като в момента сме най-голямата интегрирана компания за залагания и регулирани залагания и фентази футбол в света. Това, което се промени след април месец, е всъщност, че вече сме двойно по-големи. Имаме над 2300 човека имаме офиси на 3 континента и в 5 държави, като всъщност DraftKings семея представлява офисите на това, което всички тук познаваме като SBTech. В България продължаваме да сме в София и Пловдив, да сме около 1000 човека и да правим всъщност същите неща, които правихме и преди. И едно от тях е да подкрепяме JSTalks за вече 7 година.
Да, съм много благодарен за това и целият екип и цялото комюнити. Освен това, в DraftKings сега има и много добри специалисти, които са и основни лектори и са организатори, ентусиасти, като Мартин Чалов, който помага много за самото събитие и е лектор.
Ние винаги сме се старали много да помагаме на локалните комюнитите и в България, и в Украйна. И нашите нови колеги от DraftKings споделят тази политика и правят същото в Щатите. И за нас е много важно на места да помагаме да се изграждат комюнитите и да се споделя знание, защото колкото и да е динамичен пазара, всички имаме общите цели да ставаме по-добри и да предлагаме на хората достъп до нови знания. Така че това са нещата, които ни обединяват всички.
Можем ли да очакваме да се промени нещо, когато сега сте DraftKings, в отношението в комюнитито и изобщо в нашата екосистема?
За сега не можем да поемем такива, не мога да отговоря на този въпрос, но сме същите хора, имаме същите цели, като единствената разлика е, че сме доста по-големи и сме доста по-амбициозни вече.
Това всъщност мисля, че е само хубаво нещо за нашата екосистема, защото колкото по-големи и по-силни компании има в България и в региона, толкова е по-хубаво и за специалистите, и изобщо за IT бизнеса. Така че предполагам всички се радват за едно подобно.
На нас в региона ни предстои много работа по това да наложим бранда, но всъщност DraftKings на Запад е много основен играч и технологичен лидер в това, което прави. И всъщност това, че те избраха България и SBTech е много добър знак за това, което ние правим, това, което ние сме постигнали и това на къде отиваме и ние и целият пазар.
Може би интересно също така за нашите участници, от кога започнахте да подкрепяте събития и изобщо комюнитито като SBTech? Аз мисля, че от преди още да се познаваме покрай JSTalks и другите конференции.
Ами, аз работим с теб от 3 години. Аз, когато започнах във фирмата, вече имаше много стабилни изградени отношения с JS комюнитито в България, така че аз, доколкото знам от 2013, може би ти трябва да ме... ти знаеш по-добре от мен, но в интерес на истината малко ми липсва това, че няма да сме на живо тази година, но ние имаме доста сериозна политика по това да сме само онлайн и да не излагаме екипа на опасност, но ние имаме само хубави спомени от всичко, което сме правили на JSTalks и от това въобще това да си наживо с 1000 човека адреналин и е супер интересно. Тази година ще бъдем онлайн, ще можете да се чуете, хората ще могат да се чуете да се видят с нас благодарение на Zoom, както винаги ще даваме награди. Така че заповядайте в нашия виртуален щанд, който е всъщност линк към моя Zoom, където ще можете да се видите с екипа, да си поговорим, предполагам, че хората имат доста въпроси около нещата, които се случват около нас през последната година, така че ще бъдем на линия.
Да, това е едно от най-важните и интересни неща, че нашите партньори имат така наречените виртуални щандове, които обикновено са митинг-румове, които са интегрирани в нашия сайт. Ние ще промотираме това нещо и вие ще можете съответно да влезнете в митинг-румовете на Dravings и другите партньори, където да питате каквото е като интересни теми и те ще отговорят. Аз съм убеден, че ви имате много интересна комуникация с Dravings. Мисля, че леко ще им е във връзка.
Да, нещо не е много наред с връзката.
Аз ще се опитам да оправя нещата, но те не са изобщо от наши системи. Те са... сега се опре. Просто понеже имаме глобална система за стриминг, може да получат някакви моменти подобни.
Май ни изхвърля.
Отново си тук и отново си онлайн. Така, имахме малко смущение точно в момента, в който говорихме за виртуалните стаи и аз се опитах да обясня, че всъщност това е един много интересен начин да си поговорите с нашите партньори. Ние ще се постараем това събитие и тази комуникация да се доближат максимално до това, което имаме на конференциите, които са на място. Сабина, можеш ли да подскажеш на нашите участници какво да очакват? Какви награди или какво е интересно? Или това ще остане тайна?
Не, защо? За хората, които ще са на място, сме изпратили подаръци, които те ще могат да вземат от вашия екип. И наистина призовавам да не ни връщате нищо. Вземете, надявам се хората за поредна година да се радват на нещата, които сме изпратили. За хората, които се включат виртуално при нас, накрая ще направим една томбола и ще подарим едно колело брандирано. Велосипед.
Това звучи много интересно. Наистина много интересно и аз се надявам, че ще има наистина заслужил щастливец за тази награда.
Нищо няма да ги караме да правят хората, нямаме задачи, нямаме нищо, просто се надяваме да са активни, да дойдат да се видим. Знам, че онлайн формата хората са малко по-пасивни, отколкото на живо, но надявам се да променим това и да можем да се видим с колкото се може повече хора.
Ние също ще се радваме, ако има тази възможност, то за организаторите най-хубавото нещо е, ако може събитието да е добре посетено и участниците, партньорите и лекторите да са доволни. Допълнително ние имаме едни live Q&A, които не се стримват в социалните мрежи, те са само за регистрираните участници и партньорите, където нашите лектори всъщност ще имат лайв дискусия с хората, които се интересуват. Така че, ако искате да чуете Мартин Чалов и да го питате някакви неща, както и другите ни лектори, можете да се включите просто в тези live Q&A сесии и да говорите за каквото ви е интересно. По принцип, Сабина, аз не те питах нещо, което обикновено е интересно от гледна точка на нас като организатори. Какви са впечатленията ти за JSTalks и какво мислиш, защо подкрепяте това събитие от толкова много време?
Подкрепяме събитието, защото самите ние използваме JS технологии много стабилно. Иначе наистина това е най-голямото, мисля, че единственото събитие за JS технологии в България и винаги отиваме и се връщаме тези техническите ни лица и колегите ни са изключително приятеления и понеже аз не съм техническо лице, за нас всъщност събития сезон навсякъде приключва с JSTalks и това е момент, в който си правим една равносметка на всичко, което се е случило и на мен ми е любимите моменти от годината да отидем на живо и да се видим с хората, с всички хора, с които сме работили цяла година и да прекараме един ден заедно.
Аз мисля, че това е наистина нещо много хубаво и аз мисля, че ще имаме едно чудесно събитие, особено с DraftKings сега. И аз мисля, че това събитие всъщност ще е начало на много нови събития през следващата година, в която се надявам, че ще имаме също възможността да организираме и събития на място, но това, което ние научихме, че винаги, дори да имаме събития на място, е хубаво да има и силно онлайн присъствие.
Така е, да.
Сабина, какво за финал би пожелала на участниците на JSTalks тази година?
На лекторите им пожелавам късмет, защото знам колко е трудно да се прави. Много е различно и е много трудно да се прави лекция онлайн, когато не виждаш лицата на хората. Много по-различно е и по-приятно е, има много повече адреналин да виждаш хората на живо. На всички, които ще слушат, им пожелавам да им е интересно. На вас ви пожелавам успех и се надявам да се видим с повече хора.
Благодаря ти много за времето и тази чудесна сесия и ще се видим най-късно на JSTalks след 2 дни.
Още в петък ще се видим.
Видим, че е тръгнал. Добре, супер. Здравейте отново. Продължаваме с серията Q&A сесии с наши лектори, партньори на събитието на JSTalks, като в момента с мен са Юлиан Иванов и Андрей Атанасов от SumUp. Юлиан е инженеринг менеджер, а Андрей Атанасов е Employer Branding експерт в компанията. Първо, здравейте!
Привет! Здравейте на всички, които ни гледат.
Здравейте на всички, здравейте.
Здравейте! Започвам с първия въпрос да разкажете няколко думи за вашата компания и черти, които я характеризират най-добре.
Първо, много се радваме, че отново сме тук. Това, което продължаваме да правим и да развиваме е нашата основна дейност, финансово-технологична компания, която помага на малките бизнеси да приемат картови плащания навсякъде. като в последните месеци и година развиваме и повече продукти. Към момента дейността ни е в около 32 страни, включително Германия, САЩ, Бразилия, като България е втория по големина офис в Европа. Тук има над 300 души, повечето от които инженери, финансови специалисти, специалисти по работа с клиенти, като ние сме от малкото продуктови компании в сектора в България.
Супер. А какво е общото между JavaScript технологиите и вашите решения, които прилагате и използвате?
Бързо развиваща се финтех индустрия, в която се намираме, както сподели Андрей, искаме да можем да създаваме иновативни решения ежедневно и на всички нива. Компанията постоянно се развива и растем стремглаво. В текущите ни пазари увеличаваме и броя на клиентите, които ползват услугите на SumUp, което ни кара да сме постоянно търсене на правилния подход и инструменти, които да ни помагат в това развитие. JavaScript технологиите в частност са един от основните и незаменими инструменти в това ни старание. Много важни процеси за компанията и за нашите клиенти се управляват от решения, които стъпват на тези технологии. И без тях няма да сме толкова гъвкави и успешни, колкото сме днес. По-конкретни примери бих могъл да споделя, че процесите ни по набиране на нови клиенти, активирането на профилите в платформите ни, последвалите възможности, които им предоставяме за управление на акаунта и в частност на бизнеса им. Всичко това е в растежа на компанията ни и се подкрепя изцяло от JavaScript технологии.
Има ли предизвикателства, които сте срещали и искате да споделите с нашите участници? Технологични по принцип, но не само, разбира се.
Разбира се. Не оставяме без предизвикателства в ежедневната си работа и дори бих казал, че много от тях все още са нерешени и първа трябва да ги решаваме. Искаме да продължим да подкрепяме милиони хора по света да започнат своя бизнес, както и да се разширим в нови пазари. През тази и следващата година искаме да увеличим броя клиентите, с които да приемат картови плащания, както и да им помогнем да управляват бизнеса си по-добре, използвайки текущи и нови продукти. Някои от основните предизвикателства, свързани с това, са как всички екипи могат да работят и допринасят за развитието на приложенията ни и платформите ни. Използването, примерно, на микрофронтенд, микросайт е популярна тема в тази посока. Други предизвикателства са броят на услугите ни расте на дневна база. Примерно имаме над 100 и няколко сервиса, които работят в продъкшн. Това поставя интересни предизвикателства и въпрос пред колегите ни по какъв начин е най-добре да се осъществява примерно комуникация между клиентите и сървърите. Предоставянето на иновативни решения, които да помагат и на колегите ни вътре в компанията да обслужват клиентите ни, също е едно голямо предизвикателство пред нас. И не на последно място, очакванията на клиентите ни се покачват също ежедневно от гледна точка на бързодействие, леснота на употреба на приложението и съвместимост между различни устройства. Създаването на една екосистема от продукти и услуги, които работят безпроблемно, както за крайните ни клиенти, така и за екипите в компанията, като вътрешни клиенти, е само по себе си предизвикателство за нас. Развитието на вътрешна платформа от платформи е път, който все още вървим и търсим подкрепа хора като участниците в това събитие да ни помогнат да осъществим.
От гледна точка на технологичния стек, който използвате, да разкажете малко повече.
Главно в контекста на JavaScript технологии използваме React.js почти във всичките ни продукти. Не знам дали нещо по-интересно искате да споделя и за бекенд технологиите, но главно използваме последните версии на технологиите около React.js.
Защо подкрепяте комюнитито и JSTalks?
Ние за втора година сме подкрепящи, много се радваме да сме тук и да сме част на цялото събитие. Като цяло философията на самото е, че това, което правим е да подкрепяме общностите с много голямо желание и създаването на автентични такива общности. Като всъщност, както ние, така и JSTalks продължаваме и в тази предизвикателна рутина, да опитваме да го правим и така лично бих искал да поздравя организаторите, вас, за това, че се адаптираме заедно към предизвикателствата сега и че можем и да работим онлайн от домовете си, пак да успяваме да предадем знания и вдъхновение на хората, които имат нужда от тях. А и честно казано и самите ние се вдъхновяваме от срещите си с хора, които имат желание да учат, да споделят и да се развиват.
Благодаря ти. Вие ще имате виртуален щанд, който ще е на нашия сайт по време на конференцията. Какво да очакват участниците в JSTalks на вашия щанд и като цяло от участието на компанията ви като партньор на събитието?
Ние нямаме търпение да посрещнем хора в нашия виртуален щанд. Споделяме един Zoom линк, в който хората могат да се присъединят в него във всяка почивка. Ще бъдем там и в петък. Във всяка почивка ще има някой от нас в нашата виртуална стая, в която всички са добре дошли. Това, което ще могат да правят с нас по време на цялата конференция е да участват в нашата игра с един кратък JavaScript код, така леко закачка, в която отговорът на която като ни дадат, могат да спечелят ваучер за Amazon за $50. Това е нещо, което ние даваме с голямо желание и удоволствие. Отделно от това, което могат да видят всички участници, и лекцията в 1:30 на Михаил Миков, който Миш Миков е много добре познат в цялото комюнити. Той всъщност отскоро е и част от SumUp, така че за мен лично ще е изключително интересно да чуя какво ще каже. Съм сигурен, че така ще бъде и за всички участници. Той ще говори за технически интервюта с JavaScript. Една безкрайно интересна и може би безкрайна като тема, като обхват. След това и самият той може да се присъедини, надяваме се, към нашата виртуална стая, така че да можем да продължим разговорите по тези теми с него.
Супер! Какво искате да пожелаете на всички участници в JSTalks на самото издание през тази година?
Юляне?
Искам да ги поздравя, че вземат участие в събитието и да им пожелая да се насладят пълноценно на прекараното време на събитието и да не спират да се развиват и интересуват от нови неща. Инвестицията в себе си е най-доброто нещо, което могат да направят.
Андрей, ти да допълниш?
И аз да допълня с много голямо нетърпение, очаквам да срещам и пожелавам много наистина вдъхновение и полезни неща, които да обменят по време на конференцията, а след нея една може би предвидима и по-така приятелски настроена 2021 година.
Абсолютно.
Надяваме се живот и здраве до година вече да сме и повече на живо и по-малко. Благодаря ви за отделеното време. Напомням, ще имате игра, само не разбрах този код, който трябва да решат. Трябва първо да дойдат до щанда ви, за да го разберат откъде да го вземат или... Добре. И вече като имат решението, отиват на щанда ви отново, за да го предадат.
Нашата игра е линкната в нашата стая. Тя ще бъде едно от местата и другото на постовете в Facebook, които вие споделите за нея, също ще може да бъде достъпна и ще може, избирайки я и кликвайки на линка за нея, да се реши краткия код, който се вижда там и съответно след това да участвате за томболата.
Супер! Благодаря ви за отделеното време. Ще се видим макар и онлайн в петък и в събота. И надявам се на живо съвсем скоро.
И ние благодарим.
Благодаря и аз и до скоро.
Чао, хубав ден!
Чао, чао!
Здравейте, с хората от които ще ни разкажат детайли относно презентациите, които ще видите на JSTalks. Ние сме тук с Иван Николов, който е Delivery Manager в EPAM Systems, Самуил Алексов, който е един от най-добрите наши инженери, и също така Любомир Божинов, който е един от най-добрите в JavaScript технологиите в компанията. И Самуил и Любо са лектори на JSTalks. И аз много се радвам, че EPAM е генерален партньор на конференцията тази година за пореден път, за което много благодарим. Имам няколко въпроса. Първите са към Ивайло. Ивайло, защо всъщност EPAM подкрепя тази конференция?
Конференцията е организирана по един невероятен начин. Всяка година имало изключително много посетители, хора млади, които са заинтересовани от технологиите, темите, поставени на тази конференция. Тази година, имайки пред ситуацията, в която се намираме, се надявам да достигнем даже повече група от хора, имайки преди, че това събитие ще бъде цяло онлайн. Виждаме в него невероятна възможност да направим това. И естествено едно приятно изживяване да бъдем заедно с хората, които познаваме от бранша.
По принцип, ти какво виждаш в комюнити ивентите? Мислиш ли, че това е нещо, което е важно за индустрията и трябва да се подкрепя?
Изключително важно е, освен очевидното, че това е едно място, където идеите могат да бъдат обменени. Това е начин, по който хората да се запознаят един с друг, да разберат какви са основните лица на нашата реалност българска, и участват с драйвинг фактор в развитието на тези технологии.
Нещо интересно, аз знам, че в компанията всъщност има много вътрешни инициативи, които развиват JavaScript компетенцията. Можеш ли да ни разкажеш малко повече за тези инициативи?
Да, разбира се. Най-новата инициатива е така нареченото One Team, което дава възможност на хората, служители на нашата компания, сами да изберат дейности, с които да се занимават. Това може да е вътрешен евент, в който да се поставят някакви теми, да се разискват, може да е събитие, отвънка да излязат някъде на разходка, дори заедно да се направят групово събиране в някоя бирария, примерно. Другото интересно нещо, което искам да отбележа, е, че EPAM има традиции в създаването и реализирането на така наречените Junior академии. Бих искал също така да кажа, че до година плануваме да имаме поредната такава JavaScript Junior академия, която обхваща между 10 и 20 човека, които ние ще намерим от пазара и ще обучим в продължение на 4-5 месеца.
Чудесно. Това мисля, че ще е много добре за индустрията и за младите хора. И следващите ни въпроси са към лекторите, които аз също познавам и много ценя, към Любо и към Сам, по отношение на това как те всъщност са тръгнали по техния кариерен път и каквото ще ни говорят на JSTalks. Така че първият ни въпрос към вас е всъщност как стартирахте, как започнахте да се занимавате с софтуерни технологии?
Може би Любо, ти искаш да започнеш?
Добре, всъщност е доста интересен въпрос. Аз трябва да върна лентата много назад до гимназията. Мисля, че за първи път видях Dreamweaver, като бях на 12 години. И там започна една любов към програмирането. Минах през HTML, CSS, Flash, минах към C++ и се отказах за около 10 години след това. Доста завуалиран беше пътя ми да вляза отново в индустрията, тъй като се преквалифицирах от човек, който е завършил енергетика към софтуерен инженер. И в началото беше доста трудно, докато наваксам това липсващо знание, тази основа, която всички, които всъщност са били в университета. Така бих казал, започна на моята път в индустрията.
Сама как беше при теб?
Да, аз мисля, че историята съм я разказал на някои от предишните събития, може би даже и на предишни издания на JSTalks. Всъщност започва от дете, като малък си спомням как баща ми подари един Оливети 286, който беше полущупен. И всъщност приятел на баща ми го подари. Някои неща не работиха в графиката, не знам дали си спомняте Химен и така нататък. Се чупиха постоянно и аз пък много исках да играя на този компютър. Имах едно старо Супер Марио на него. И малко започнах да си играя с конфигурационните файлове, автоконфиг и така нататък. И това ме доведе след това в училище да уча информатика и в университета също. Всъщност, интерес към събитията, мисля, че беше Европейската веб конференция или нещо подобно беше името на конференцията. Това беше първата конференция, на която отидох и беше много интересна. Всъщност, разбира се, тогава лектори бяха много известни имена от индустрията и така ме заинтригуваха как може да се организират събития за хора с едни и същи интереси и всъщност пък и да си тръгнеш с нещо научено. И идвайки в ЕПАМ преди няколко години, менеджерите тук ми даваха възможност аз също да участвам и оттам започнах с JSTalks и така нататък.
Да, чудесно, много интересно. Какви са били предизвикателствата, които сте имали? Аз имам предвид предизвикателствата, които вие сте имали в професионалното си развитие. И Любо, и сам.
Трябва да помисля малко. Не знам да имаш.
Ясно, може ли ще се опитам да импровизирам нещо. В интерес на истината, аз вече загаднах, че в началото ми беше доста трудно да наваксам и теоретичната основа и чисто практическия опит. Но винаги за мен по-трудни са били предизвикателствата, свързани с хора, защото всичко, което е техническо, в крайна сметка има някакво решение. Много малко са проблемите, които не можем да решим, реално технически, но винаги динамичните ситуации с хора са ми били най-предизвикателни и все повече съм се фокусирал върху тях с времето, като че ли това, което правя в момента всъщност е буквално наполовина разделено между писане на код и менеджиране на хора.
Да, аз първото нещо и може би единственото, което ми идва в момента е Замарин. Но да, освен това, може би някои от архитектурите в предишни проекти са били малко по-проблематични и решаването на някакви по-критични бъгове, за които мога да се сетя. Не знам дали въпросът беше по-технически или като цяло в кариерния.
Като цяло, също така, ти имаш интересна история. Ти си учил и израснал в Италия. Защо се върна?
Честно казвам, без да говоря на български, така че най-вероятно италианските колеги дори да бият да го разберат. Там културата според мен не беше добре предразположена към софтуерните инженери. Наскоро отношението като цяло беше малко по-различно и в един момент просто разбрах, че може би това не е най-добрата среда, в която мога да се реализирам и да реализирам напълно своя потенциал. В същото време чувах от различни приятели и познати, че в България всъщност индустрията се развива много добре и беше залог едва и не. Да, може би това беше по-голямото препятствие, нали, буквално беше залог. Реших да отскоча до България и да пробвам. Може би ЕПАМ беше първата компания, към която отидох.
Мисля, че ние всички много се радваме, че така се е получило. Какво бихте искали да направите за бъдеще, нали, във вашата кариера, като предизвикателство, като нещо интересно, което не сте правили и искате да опитате?
Да, аз със сигурност имам някакви цели, които съм си поставил, може би малко по-дългосрочни, отколкото ми се иска. Ако може да се случи в рамките на 1-2 години е още по-добре. Сам си давам сметка, че е трудно. Аз, както знаете, нали, който е бил на предишни мои събития или лекции, не съм задължително JavaScript програмист. Харесвам JavaScript, според мен е много добра платформа за развитие на всякакъв приложения, но като цяло всеки език решава някои проблеми по-добре. И един от интересите ми, както съм споменавал, е компютърна графика, за това говоря през повечето време. Мечтата ми за напред, вече имаме едно такова постижение с мобилно приложение за компютърна графика, но следващата по-голяма мечта е да реализирам платформа за видеоефекти. Пак е технически отговор.
Звучи много интересно наистина и полезно.
Да, защо? Защото графа е част от всяка една сфера на информатиката и се докосва до нея. Това също ми позволява и да науча доста неща, ако мога да съм честен.
Надявам се, че ще бъдем едни от потребителите на това нещо, когато направиш тази реализация.
Звучи, меко казано, интересно. Да. От моя страна целите са малко как да го кажа, неясни, тъй като съм може би в кръстопът в момента в кариерата си. За сега искам да правя повече от същото, да задълбавам техническите знания и да задълбавам това с динамиката на хората. Но конкретно като технологии са ми много интересни в момента расти WebAssembly. Да.
Добре.
Мерси.
Също така е интересно нашите участници да знаят кога започнахте да се занимавате с комюнити. Няма значение под каква форма, дали презентации, дали под някаква друга форма, като сте помагали, нали, смисъл. Кога беше този момент, когато това нещо ви стана интересно и започнахте да контрибютвате?
Да, за мен беше момент, в който joinах ЕПАМ, защото им беше дадена възможност и съм сравнително нов фактор, мога да съм честен, в организацията на комюнитите и участията 2016 година. Да, може би. 2016 мисля, че беше SQL Saturday едно събитие, защото тогава се занимавах предимно с .NET и SQL Server. Това беше първото участие в нещо такова.
Да, ти си бил лектор на различни конференции, понеже като специалист, който е full stack, реално имаш компетенция както в JavaScript технологиите, така и в много други области.
Да, под въпрос подлежи колко навътре са тези знания, но сигурно се грабвам по нещо от различните платформи и езици.
Любо, при тебе как се получи?
Тъкмо си мислех кога всъщност. Първата презентация, която направих, беше на Beer.js. Не се сещам кога бъде. Но реално тя беше за React Native, като още беше нещо много. Била назад във времето със сигурност. И като цяло винаги съм имал интерес към презентации, лекции и така нататък. Повече заради споделянето на знания и нетворкинга и community building, отколкото реално заради публичността на цялото нещо. И реално аз започнах да се занимавам с workshop вътрешно в компанията, в която тогава работех. И си организирахме knowledge sharing помежду си. Така започна за цялото нещо. И сега имам малко повече, може би, във времето на трупани знания, които чувствам, че мога да споделя. Това дали е вярно, ще кажат хората.
Да, може би, между другото и за мен това беше една от главните причини. Може би най-интересните неща от индустрията съм ги научавал по време на подобни събития.
Между другото, това е свързано и с следващия ми въпрос, на който мисля, че вие вече частично отговорихте. Защо го правите? Защо всъщност се занимавате с комюнити? Може би са няколко причините, нали? Но ако правилно разбирам, споделянето на знания, обмена на полезни неща е нещото, което наистина ви харесва.
Да, точно. Може би опитвам се поне в личен аспект да работя и по нетворкинг въпрос, нали, създаването на връзки, споделянето на опит от специфични сфери, но най-вече това да получиш поглед на даден проблем от различен очи за мен е много важно.
Мен ми се иска също, понеже Ивайло е човек, който също е насочен към комюнитито, въпреки че в момента повече участва в този разговор като менеджер и представител на ЕПАД, но всъщност той също много хареса подобни активности. Да го попитам, Ивайло, ти какво харесваш в комюнитито? Защото знам, че нали си се занимавал с такива неща.
Освен изгореното от колегите ми, винаги за мен представлява изключително голямо удоволствие да бъда с хора, които се ентусиазират да постигнат нещо, да обединят сили в постигането, да видят тази жажда за знания, за обмен на опит, за обмен на идеи, за това колабориране, което се случва в време на всички тези събития. Това е което мене ме прави щастлив да бъда част.
Да, това наистина е нещо, което всъщност може би за мен е най-важно в тези събития. Може би е много интересно за нашите участници да разберат малко повече за презентациите, които нашите лектори ще имат. Сами Любо.
Да, все още не съм решил коя от двете презентации да споделя на следващия JSTalks. Както казах преди малко, по принцип са неща свързани с компютър графика, говорили сме си за WebGL преди, за различни платформи за обогатена реалност и виртуална реалност. Миналата година беше свързано повече с дронове, но и това как да се управляват от веб браузър, например, с JavaScript. Тази година се колебае или за използването на новия LiDAR сензор, който е добави в iOS 14, в новия iPhone и iPad Pro, през JavaScript. Но това е по-свързано и с JavaScript в контекста на мобилни разработки, React Native или Web базирани. Другата тема, която има по-висока възможност да се случи за JSTalks и също така мисля, че може би засяга по-голяма аудитория, макар че не чак толкова по-голяма пак, е последните развития на WebGPU, стандарт, който трябва да замести WebGL, възможно най-скоро. И също така имам някои интересни съвети, които в WebGPU. Ще отгадна с това, че WebGPU не е само за браузерите, ако мога така да кажа, а всъщност дава възможност да програмираме, да правим графично програмиране и да адресираме видеокартите и от други езици за програмиране.
Чудесно, аз мисля, че и двете теми ще са много интересни, така че нашите участници могат да очакват много интересен контент от теб. Любо, при тебе какво може да очаквам?
Аз съзнах, че може би трябваше първо аз да кажа за какво ще говоря, понеже насам са по-интересни.
Изненада всички кажи, че ще говориш за Xamarin.
Добре, ясно. Но всъщност, де факто, ще говоря за това какво е чист JavaScript код, дали съществува такова нещо. Като идеята ще бъде Lightning Talk, няма да бъде цяла сесия. Идеята ми е по-скоро да накарам хората да се замислят или да се зададат повече въпроси. Неща от типа на това дали 100% те скърваш прекора чист, дали това да имаш перфектната архитектура на решението, дали използваш TypeScript задължително. И като цяло с въпросите, които задавам и отговорите, които са, разбира се, изцяло базирани на моя опит и знания и перспектива, се надявам, че хората ще започнат да си мислят, че е важно, защото е. И общо взето се опитвам да дам едно why, така едно защо на хората. Защо е важно да пишем чист код и да мислим за това.
Аз мисля, че това ще е много интересна практическа сесия. И между другото, не съм съвсем съгласен с определението за Lightning Talk, че не е цяла сесия. Много често да се направи Lightning Talk е доста по-трудно, защото трябва да се опиташ за кратко време да дадеш посланието, за което иначе можеш да говориш много дълго. Така че тази година, да, ние имаме два вида сесии, сесии, които са с продължителност 1 час и Lightning Talk от 15 минути, които всъщност ще бъдат фокусирани върху много интересни, много важни теми от нашата професионална сфера. И не само. Едно друго нещо, което е много важно и ще попитам Ивайло за това, какво да очакваме от една конференция?
Изненада. Нека да кажа така. Приготвили сме изненада за всички. Ще подскажа, че ще има големи награди. Ще бъде интересно. Ще бъде доста компетитив. Така че елате и вижте.
Да, мисля, че това ще е нещо, което нашите участници определено трябва да перят. И накрая от вас няколко думи, какво искат да посъветват участниците на JSTalks тази година.
Добре, на мен като участник в различни конференции винаги ми е било трудно да избирам между различните тракове и в коя сесия да участвам. Наистина изберете си сесиите, които най-много ви интересуват за това, което искате да правите, може би в следващите 1-2 години, или пък ако нещо ви е много непознато и ви е интересно да научите как работи, също може да го включите в своя график за JSTalks, но съм сигурен, че поне през последните няколко години представяме доста иновативен материал и има със сигурност какво да се научи.
Тази година хубавото е, че всъщност записите ще останат.
Да, между другото, тази година е... Да.
И така, че сесиите, където се колебаете, могат открити, т.е. гледай тези, които са ви най-интересни лайв, след това ще имате възможността да видите на записи другите.
Това ще да кажа аз просто да окоръжа всички да разчитат на това любопитство и дългосрочно. Просто е много хубаво човек да не спира да учи в нашата сфера в нито един момент. Просто има нещо много интересно, особено на събития като това. И другото е естествено по моята тема, оставяйте кода след себе си по-добро, отколкото сте го намерили.
Аз бих ги посъветвал да обърнат внимание на Q&A сесиите. Ще имат невероятна възможност да зададат въпроси към лекторите. Това е много ценно. Подгответе се, знаете какви са темите, ако има неща, които ви интересуват. От сега подгответе въпроси и си ги задайте на лекторите.
Аз съм много съгласен с тези препоръки. Ние ще имаме Q&A с всички лектори за нашите регистрирани потребители, така че ще имате възможност да поговорите с тях на теми, свързани с презентациите и може би също други технически въпроси. Благодаря ви много за този чудесен разговор и ще се надявам да се срещнем на JSTalks с един чудесен контент.
Благодаря ви.
Welcome to Bosch.io in Sofia. I'm sure that many of you know the Bosch brand very well, and you have at least one Bosch home appliance or power tool at home. You're also probably driving a car with several Bosch components and have a mobile phone with several electronic sensors from Bosch. What you might not be aware, however, is that Bosch is also a leading provider of IoT solutions. We have been active in the IoT space for more than 20 years, even before the IoT term came into existence. At Bosch.io, we have a very strong focus on delivering the core IoT technology, a horizontal platform which serves many domains and many purposes. Based on the platform, our customers can easily connect and control their devices, collect data remotely, perform firmware updates, and remote maintenance. We also offer off-the-shelf solutions for specific domains. For example, we make commercial buildings more intelligent with space occupancy tracking, daylight harvesting, lift monitoring, indoor localization, smart evacuation, just to name a few. In the mobility domain, our customers perform remote firmware updates over millions of passenger cars and commercial vehicles across the globe. We have massive experience in smart home development, and our solutions provide a foundation for tens of smart home platforms offered by our customers, such as Miele, Devolo, Buschjäger, Deutsche Telekom, Amdocs, Bosch Smart Home, and many, many more. We follow a multi-cloud strategy, and we deploy our platform to all the major clouds across the globe. We started with Azure a few years ago due to increasing customer demand. Basically, our customers started migrating their enterprise IT to Azure and expected to have the IoT platform deployed there as well. So we listen closely and we followed our customers. The migration trend to public clouds has definitely been strong, and we do expect it to continue. Some of our customers which have high security and confidentiality and legal requirements are opting for private cloud setups, and those who prioritize maximum flexibility and independence prefer a hybrid cloud approach. So for the foreseeable future, we will keep seeing a mixture of deployments, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Specifically for the Eastern and Southeastern Europe, the regional market of IoT solutions has not been really impressive. Customers have very high expectations regarding usability and function, but B2C companies have so far failed to deliver something really compelling in a consistent manner. The main obstacle, especially for traditional device manufacturers, is that they are still sticking to the sell and forget model. They do not stay in touch with their customer. They do not provide a continuous value-add service which the customer is ready to pay for. In a nutshell, they are falling behind their digital business transformation, and they have not created new revenue streams. This means that they also cannot cover the operational cost of the new IoT use cases. It is somewhat different with the B2B space, where new IoT use cases open up new revenue streams more easily. They can also optimize and reduce operational costs for business processes instantly. We see here a lot of potential in commercial and industrial buildings as well as logistics. And hope to see you soon on the next event.
I'm a freak, I'm an outcast, I'm a shadow. I stand with the lost souls, looking for a hustle. Got a pulse on the streets, I'm the one you won't look in the eye, no. Yeah, well, I can see what's headed for you down that road. And soon it's coming to take everything you know. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadows, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, you're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the line gets a little blurry, gonna need somebody like me. When the monster crawls out of the sea, you're gonna need somebody like me. When your brother's got blood in the streets, you better call somebody like me. I was made in the shadow, where the light ain't allowed to go. When the line gets a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me. Better call somebody like me, 'cause you want somebody like me. When the lines get a little blurry, we're gonna need somebody like me.
William is a wealth manager. He uses the most advanced financial technology.
What if I set the parameters to look for equities in the energy sector? Here. Alert set.
William trusts DevExpert solutions to help him with his trading decisions because they react to market movements faster than a human. He talks to smart gadgets the same way he talks to his friends.
DevExa, show me Earth Petroleum Inc.
Okay, the chart is open.
And they respond right away, even to his gestures. Ted is an investor. The technology he uses makes him one of the most successful people in his market space.
Answer the call. Hi, William.
Hey, Ted, how are you?
The innovative technology helps him visualize his ideas in real time. But most importantly, DevExpert systems help Ted act ahead of his competitors.
So, what do you think?
I think we need to react fast. DevExa, buy 10,000 shares of Earth Petroleum.
And make profitable decisions. Innovative trading software is about to disrupt the financial industry. DevExperts will be there.
Hold up.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. The ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. Together with 200 professionals, we offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
Здравейте, аз съм Симеон и съм софтуерен инженер в SumUp. Тук е доста яко, можем да експериментираме с различни технологии, да пишем на различни езици, като Ruby, Erlang, Elixir, каквото намерим за добре. Работим в малки екипи, в супер готин офис и според мен правим най-добрия продукт на пазара. Винаги си даваме отворена обратна връзка и винаги можем да бъдем себе си. Искате ли да сте част от екипа ни? Присъединете се към SumUp.
Бихте ли се представила и също така да ни кажете няколко думи за компания?
Бирджа е вестният, запазена марка, са финал на деня. Ей! Искаш просто да прибуда в чашата да си побира. Това ще направи. В момента сме на картинка. It's up to you. Аз предвид, че е свързано повечето събития с бира, не виждам никакъв проблем. Вече е 6 часа вечерта. Пускам те.
Hello everyone. Our first day of JSTalks is going to its end, and we will expect you tomorrow. Tomorrow we will have additional awards. We will have such kind of branded cups where you can also drink beer in this way. So if you want to drink beer and to have some nice presents, you will be able to join us tomorrow and to have some awesome talks with our speakers, some interesting sessions, and to have a lot of fun. Thank you and enjoy the conference.